this one. A couple reminders here. This is not a tutorial. This is co-working. I'm actually on the job doing this right now, doing some research about how to get JupyterHub and Kubernetes, which is an assignment at work. And so just a reminder that I'll be working really quickly and I won't be answering a lot of questions, but if you are here and able to answer questions in Twitch, or make contributions, please do. There won't ever be chat on the screen, so you don't have to worry about that. I don't do that anymore. I won't be doing that again until we have a sort of a proctored, curated community. So because it's just too risky. And if you want to follow along with the content, there's a playlist called Zero to Kubernetes in JupyterHub, which is a playlist that's on my YouTube channel. You can go watch that. All these videos are there in order that we've done them. So you can go check that out. There's also there's a GitHub repo here, GitHub RWXRob lab, Kubernetes 0 to JupyterHub. So you can go look at that if you want to follow along with the logs and stuff. I'm probably going to leave this log file alone for now and just use the individual ZETLs that are going with each of the ZETLcasts. The ZETLcast is just a video that goes along with this video, some write-up that goes along with the video. And this has worked out for me pretty well because then I can have the notes and the show notes all be together. So that's all stuff that's new. All right, so enough of that. I'm going to get on to the middle. So the goal for the day is, let's put this warning up here. Yeah, I mean, we can just put it there. So the goal today, is to get a minimal compatible JupyterHub. Well, I mean, I already stated the goal. We're just going to try that. So we've talked about we're going to skip PyTorch. I do have that in my Twitch schedule, but we're going to skip PyTorch for now. Setting up PyTorch is actually not that hard. You just have to install it, Conda, and install it and everything. The trip up I've been getting is that at work they specifically are using the NCG image from NetVideo, which does not have a Docker file. So we'll come back and visit that. But my task I've been given now is to create a rather simple document about how to just take a standard vanilla image and use it in JupyterHub. Without extending the base images, which is their recommended method. So we're now doing a little bit of extra work there to make any image compatible. And I believe so we want to make any image work with JupyterHub in Kubernetes. Now that's the caveat, right? Because getting a JupyterHub to work is no problem. Getting Kubernetes to work, of course, these days is not as big a problem. But getting JupyterHub to work in Kubernetes, getting the image to work in there. So I tried like the random Ubuntu image, it doesn't work, right? Because it's missing things. It's missing the startup script that is the default, and we want to keep the default. And it's also missing something talking on, I believe, port 8888, which is JupyterHub that's been started up and running. So we need to get that done, and we're going to look at the base images and kind of construct our own image from the base image, documenting along the way so we have a document to tell people how difficult it is to actually do this, if at all. I mean, the whole goal is we've already allowed people to use their own images, and so that's kind of a thing. I did kill my Minikube. It's not running right now. I've been doing, so I don't think I have any Minikubes running right now. Nope. Okay, profile list. I was doing some Docker stuff, and I'll be doing that again tonight. By the way, tonight at 8 or 9 o'clock, I will be back doing Kubernetes co-learning, and we'll be doing more building out a base, like a cluster from scratch. We should probably call it K8S, Kubernetes from scratch. That would be fun, except for we're not making source code for it. How do you get the code? The code is I mean, I can give you the URL right now. Here, just give me a sec. So this is the name of the repo on my GitHub. So to see what we have so far. And so we're using Minikube for this, and so that's what's up. We're going to continue to use Minikube. The last time I did this video on this, I tried to switch over to the Kind cluster for this and decided not to because Minikube has, I did a ZETL on this. If you want to read about it, I don't know how long ago I did that. So Docker template, be careful. But now, where is it? Current news, no. Filtering all containers on a given network. No, I can't remember which one it is. I'm pretty sure I wrote it up though. Docker template for universal torch builds. Yeah, we found that. How do I start getting into coding that you can get a career? Coding.org or something? I don't have anything. There is a code.org, yeah. But well, if you have beginner questions, that kind of stuff we're going to answer on Wednesday. So make sure you come in on Wednesday at 9. So, yep. Make sure you learn, Linux. The very first thing you should do is learn Linux. Get a virtual machine and run it. Run Docker desktop, and then run Linux under that, and then learn that. Go watch the Boost videos. They're still relevant, the 2021 Boost videos. So, I want to say give Boost. Did that work? No. Give, I thought it was Boost. I guess it's not. Sorry, no Boost. Oh, give our Boost. Yeah, so there's the Boost video. Go watch those. That'll get you started. And make any image with JupyterHub Kubernetes. Okay, so first things first, I have to rebuild. Put the S keys back on so you can see what I'm typing. We have to rebuild the Minikube cluster. So I put that into a script, and here it is. And the thing I was saying is that Minikube does automatic port forwarding for any service it's running. You have to know what Kubernetes is to know what I mean by that. But the really great thing about that is that in kind you don't necessarily know what network to connect to, etc. And you have to do the forwarding on your own, which is cool if you're like trying to understand how Kubernetes works, but it sucks when you just want something to work really quickly. So particularly if you want to test stuff. So I'm going to use the Minikube for this. It's right tool for the job kind of question. So we're going to go ahead and do a rollout. And we're going to do setup. So build setup. So this is going to start Minikube, and it's going to create a cluster called JHub for JupyterHub. And it looks like I'm pretty back level. I probably should update. Yeah. And it's going to, so Minikube uses a virtual machine. Kind does not. Kind uses Docker and builds stuff inside of Docker. Preparing Kubernetes 1.1 Docker. Generating certificates and keys. This is actually kind of a nice little tutorial about what you have to do to start your own cluster. You have to do certificates and keys. Then you have to boot a control plane and get everything to talk to each other, and you have to set up your RBAC rules. And then verifying Kubernetes components. That's interesting. They had the storage provisioner come up. So it'll pull it up. We just got to watch for these resources to come up. It should take a little bit. Here they come. So these are all the pods that are running. This is running using the Helm chart for JupyterHub. And I've covered that in other videos. I'm not going to cover that at all today. I don't remember what image we're building right now, so this may fail. Yep, there it goes. Okay, so that's using the basic one. And there we go. So now we're running, and we can just open it up. So the really great thing about Minikube is that it gives you a URL to open. So I can just put in my script, and I can just do be open, and I can actually open right up. And there's my JupyterHub. So it's running. So then we can do the username. The username is Jovian. Password is Jupyter. Let's see, Jupyter. And here's all the services. This is something I've done in the past. We configured all this, and this is an image that we know works, but the goal for today is to get an image that's not going to be doing other stuff. Do we need to jump the shark? I can play jump the shark for you again, if you really want to. Let's be honest. We need to jump the shark. I mean, we can. While it's waiting. We can jump the shark. Yeah, all right. While it's running. Okay, wow, we can have to jump the shark again. We have more time to jump the shark. It's still pulling the image. You know why? This is taking a long time. What is this? What is this craziness? God bless the fonts with that. So here we have where we have it. It took a little bit longer that time because it had to actually download the image because I've cleared out all my images the other day. I did a purge. So yeah, this is our JupyterHub. It's all zoomed in so you can read it. But that's not all. So what we want to do now is we want to create an image that is a baseline image that will work. And the image needs to be inside of the Minicube's Discord. So we're going to have to do some things here to get our terminals to work with the Docker that's built into Minikube, which is not the same as the host OS. So we're going to need to do that. We're going to start with an image. We did a PyTorch image, and then I think we should make examples. Put PyTorch in the examples, and then under the examples here, we'll go make another one. Make dir simple, and we'll go into the simple image. So we're going to start with just a basic, Ubuntu image and put all the stuff on it to make it work. So we're going to have to install JupyterHub, and that should be it. So everything else other than that, we just need to make a startup script. So let's try that. So we need to make a base image. So we're going to make a Docker file. And we'll do from Ubuntu. And that'll do Ubuntu Focal. And then I think we need to make, well, you know what? Let's go open up one of the actual from Docker images. So we'll cd into github.com/JupyterHub/ Docker stacks. And in here we have examples. Let's go into the base notebook though. This is really what they would suggest you extend, but I'm going to see if I can do it without doing it here. So they have container focal from root container, maintainer, JupyterHub, arg, joven, blah, blah, blah. User root. I'm going to keep all this. We already have user root. We don't need that. I think maybe not. User root. All right. So, and then they have the Debian update, get update, get install. Yes, no install recommends. And we do need this. These are all standard in Debian when you're doing Debian installs. So, and we need to do the update. Yeah. Run app. You always want to use apt-get, right? Apt-get update-y. And apt-get install-yes. No install recommends. And then we'll put all our list. I see they used TINI, and I don't know that we need to use that. That's just how they get it to run. But I don't know that we're going to need that. We do need CA certificates because we're going to be building certificates for sure. I don't know why it thinks it needs sudo. You really don't need that. I guess it does because we're going to have an extra user. I'll try to do it without it though. Send echo to local gen. I don't know if we need to do that part. I guess we can though. Yeah. So Yeah, we'll put a and here. All right, so remove app lists, and that's going to get us all the stuff we need. I mean, this is really the base image, so this is going to do the installation of Conda. So this installs JupyterHub. I don't want to use fixed permissions, so I'm going to try this by myself without doing some of the stuff. I don't want to do their method. I don't like this stuff. Yeah, especially all this sed shit. User add. So they actually have it add a user that's going to run as, you know, whatever your user is. I don't know if you actually need that, though. Set the work directory for backward compatibility. This whole thing is about how it is installing it as an end user. I'm going to try to do it just as a root thing. If force use PyPy, set-x, MiniForge installer. I don't want MiniForge. We don't need that. I don't think we need Mamba and MiniForge and all this shit. I don't think we need it. I think we could just use Conda instead. Yep. All right, so let's do... We're going to have to get pip on here, though. Yeah, I have to go see how they installed pip. I hate pip, but it's going to have to be... We have to install it. Installation Conda, Munda, and pip. Where's the pip install? I don't see it. Run one apt-get localgen. No. User add. Make directory chmod. Fix perms. Python version. Default. MiniForge. No. Where's pip? JupyterHub lab. Notebook JupyterHub clone. npm cache clean force. JupyterHub notebook generate. Fix permissions TNI. So this is the thing, is that they make the entry point TINI. And I think we have to do this because this is how they call it. So let me show you what I mean. So we have, if we go back to the values file, actually no, if we look at the running process, if we look at the running process, we do D, edit, I want to say, no, K, edit hub, wait, so yeah, K, edit, deploy hub. So we'll see the containers. We see the args are JupyterHub config. So this is what runs JupyterHub when it starts. And that is, so that's the normal start. So I think we're going to have to keep TINI in there. TINI is a sort of an initializer that runs, is kind of like a replacement for systemd or something like that, but it will run whatever you send to it. And so yeah, and then the command that it executes is start notebook.sh. So this here is similar, right? So, but this does not have a command. That's because the command is being provided by the image. This connection, by the way, is one of the hardest things to understand when you're getting into Kubernetes and Docker. You might not understand entry points in CMD line and Docker, but it's hard to make the association, at least it was for me, to how that gets translated into Kubernetes. So the args line for Kubernetes is what gets passed to the default command for the image. In this case, start notebook.sh. So it's going to pass these things off to it. And then start notebook.sh actually runs the stuff. So if we close this out, we can see the start notebook.sh file. Actually, it's over here. So the start notebook.sh file is meant to start up all the processes, right? So launched by JupyterHub, use single user endpoint. Start single user.sh. Unless you want to use lab. And then you do wrapper. I don't even know what wrapper is. So wrapper is restartable, yes. Run one constantly. I mean, I think this is unnecessary. I think all this stuff is unnecessary. Jupyter version. So they have multiple shell scripts that start each other off. And that's kind of lame. I don't like it. Execute the specific command or fall back on bash. So if you pass the command, the reason they have to do all of this is because this is now, if you do a k-exec, it will run whatever the command is that you pass. If you don't pass anything, it'll run this as an image. So running the hooks, so it runs. This is what it's running, ignoring. Basically, so they wrote their own. They kind of wrote their own, initialization setup for this whole thing, and I don't know if they needed to do that, but that's what they've done. So if you want to recreate it, you kind of have to do that. The bottom line, if you want to do this, you have to put something in the start file that is going to ultimately end up with JupyterHub starting. And start single user.sh is usually the one it's going to use. So start single user.sh. It's funny, this has got a callback which calls itself, it looks like. Now here we go. Start single user. So let's go back and look at that thing again. Where's the edit? So if we go back and look at our deployment containers, we can go look at that. And we see we have the arguments are here. JupyterHub --config. Again, this here gets passed to the command. So if you look at the container, the only way of knowing this would be to look at the base container. This gets passed as arguments to the command start notebook.sh. So I believe that's how it gets started off. And yeah, because T9-G, this is, yeah, I don't know why they're doing it that way. I'm trying to decide if I have to do it the same way. And really all we have to do is, because this is the container, we have to say, this is what's going to be passed to your command. So it doesn't matter what your command is, as long as it can take this stuff, right? That means it can run it and do something with it. And they use TI&I for that, but we might not need to do that. We could probably do something else. We could probably just say, start JupyterHub and call it a day. Yeah. I mean, there's no other way to start stuff on here, so we have to start up the services. So we'd have to figure out how to do that. There's no systemd or anything. Expose 888. We got to have that in there. So let's do that. Expose 888. Images. Where are we? Examples. Simple. All right, so we do the Docker file here. We definitely have to expose 888 though. That's a big deal. And the real question is, what do we want our entry point to be? And what do we want our command to be? The truth is it doesn't matter because Like, I don't know why they have a command and an entry point, to tell you the truth. This is going to be passed. These are the args that are going to be passed to the container. So, you know, what is it going to do? I'm going to put these in here. So, yep. Okay. All right, so I want to show people what's up. All right, so the args are going to be passed to the command. Now, the question I have again is it going to pass it to the entry point or to the command? I have a feeling it passes it to the entry point, but I don't know that. It might be the command instead. I mean, it could be that adding the Tinia attribute says that the command is going to be copied, is going to be run from this entry point. You know? And so, yeah. I don't know. That's going to be a thing. I need to read the difference between entry point and command. And how it relates to Kubernetes. All right, so we have let's see. Builder entry point, run command entry point. Some Docker commands similar. Command can be overridden with Docker run. Docker run nginx bash. Okay, so that's, but the entry point can't, right? The entry point is always the thing that runs the command, if I remember right. Yeah. You can override that entry point too. That's weird. Run executes commands in the layer. That I know. Sets the default command or parameters which can be overridden with the command. It configures a container that will run as an executable. Huh. I don't buy that. I don't think that's what it is. So this says it by default that this is always going to run TINI. But I know that I can bash into a command. Command appends to entry point to build a full command. Yeah. But entry point can't be overridden, I don't think. So yeah, that's what I was thinking. So that was my understanding too. I just kind of trying to see. So can be with dash dash. Oh, it can be? You actually can? That's weird. Okay, well, so the reason I'm looking at this is because I'm trying to override what the Kubernetes stuff is doing. So Kubernetes doesn't provide a command. It provides the arguments only. That means that it's using whatever the default command is, which means that the command being executed for the base notebook is start-notebook.sh every time. And that really depends on your system. So JupyterHub passes these arguments to whatever the image command is. And the image command for base is start-notebook.sh, but ours doesn't necessarily have to be that. Yeah, but the problem is that there's not one here, right? But it is the entry point. Yeah. In fact, if we go look at the command, let's go look at the pod itself actually. Let's just get out of this one. If we edit pod and I edit the hub pod, the command in here, it doesn't have a command, it has only args. So this is weird for me. First time I saw this, I was like, what? There's no command. And the only thing I can conclude from this is that it uses a default entry point for the container. And it uses a default command for the container as well. So that would mean that the default thing that's going to get these arguments is going to be the sum of the command you can override the entry point. Yeah, but the command in here is not the entry point, right? The command is, I'm trying to draw a correlation between the Kubernetes container value command and what that goes with in the file. And I think it's this line. I don't think it's this entry point line. I don't know though. So when it says args, what I want to know is what actually gets started over here, and maybe I have to describe this. So Kubernetes command equals Docker entry point Kubernetes arg. Oh, really? So the Kubernetes command actually equals the Docker's entry point entry. Kubernetes args equals Docker command. The Kubernetes command. Okay, that's really important. That means that start notebook doesn't get executed unless it's the default. I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense to me. I want to say that like when the thing gets started up, I want to know actually what's running, and I can't look that up. There's no easy way to look up how this thing was started. Right? You can look up the args, but that leaves me with a lot of unanswered questions. Like, well, what actually ran on the system? Like, what were these args sent to? And best I could guess is that they were. I mean, it seems like they were sent to this, because this means take up the args, right, and then run it. But then why is this here? I don't understand. I think this is here for use as a container only, if that's true. If this is true, then that means that this is just some generic thing that was added to it. Because this gets passed to the entry point, is what I'm thinking. So let's do some experimentation here and see. Because in pod deployment, you override only start notebook.sh. Pod manifest. Are you sure? So command start notebook.sh. Well, the reason that I'm not, because it's going to, okay, so the start notebook is going to be past these arguments then. So see what I'm saying? The pod, so your final command, --JupyterHub -config. Yeah. But that means this thing is for the cases of sake of Kubernetes, this is ignored completely. That's what I'm hearing you say. So if entry point is exactly equivalent to the command line in the container pod template, then these args are sent directly to TINI. That's what you're drawing me there in the chat. So that means that this command here is not used unless this image is only used as a Docker image and not in Kubernetes. That's what I'm interpreting that to mean. And I think the reason they did that is so that you can use it either as a Kubernetes image, a JupyterHub image, or you can use it if you specify args, it will use your command from the Docker file. Are you talking? You said args. I thought you said that the command -command here was the same as the entry file. But if you put args, then it will use the command. See, that doesn't make any sense to me. Because, yeah, that does not make any sense to me. I'm totally lost. So this should be normally a simple thing, but what you're saying is that So what I want to know is what happens when there's no command here. So this container doesn't have a command. It doesn't have a command like that, right? So what you're suggesting is that because it has -args, it says, oh, instead of using the entry point, let's actually pass the command, which will be added on to the entry point, and then pass the args to it. See what I'm saying? So I think what's actually happening, what's ultimately getting executed here, let me just see here if I got this right. But I don't know, but what I think is getting actually executed here is this. So as you say, we have TNI-G. So when this pod starts, it runs this, JupyterHub. I think it actually runs this instead. I think it runs start notebook instead. And this is what I don't know. And then I think it passes these arguments to it. You know, and I don't know that that's true, but this is what it seems like to me. And that's like really confusing. So you see what I mean? This is what they're the only way we can know this is to actually run it and see what it does. And that's confusing, but whatever. This is the line that I actually think gets executed. And I think start notebook. Oh, you have an explanation? Need to have Docker for beginners. Which part is this? Wait. Code cloud. Oh yeah, I'm not adding a repository. Yeah, this is. Yep. No, yeah, I get. Okay, I know what commands versus entry. I feel like I understand that. What I don't understand is how it gets translated into the Kubernetes execution. So that's what's got me. Here we go. Containers name. We'll just say for image args. Args 10. So this is going to run. This is a standard way to initialize containers that requires several commands before the main execution. Entry point file is run first, and the command is passed into it and executed by the thing. Yeah, and that's how I understood it. What I don't understand is when there's just args listed here. I assume these are just args for the command, and so everything else it assumes, and that's why I think it's going to do this. So, and it's really important that we know that, right? So, we have, so it does this. You should specify command as empty string in pod. It already is empty string. It's already empty, but first of all, I don't get to tell that. This is JupyterHub. This is why I'm trying to derive what the defaults are. I don't want to get involved. I can do it. I don't want to get involved with changing the Helm chart to change the base command for all images. I want to just infer what gets called, what the starting point is, so that I can make sure I have a compatible image. And right now, it looks like that I have this. I have start notebook and sh, which is a command, right? So if it's just providing the args, if the pod container deployment, whatever, is only passing the arguments, I assume that everything else is a default, which means since it's a container, it's going to run the entry point. That's the entry point. It's going to add in the CMD, and then it's going to pass the args to the CMD. And the one way that we can confirm that right away, that we don't have to go too deeply on, is to look at the start file. and C. So the start notebook file, if it is set up to take arguments, then we know what's up. Our args is CMD. If that's true, that's extremely confusing. Like really confusing. Because the reason I don't think that that's true is because you can also put command here, right? I could have done this instead. So I guess my question is, what's the difference between the command in the containers and the args in containers? Because you can do both, right? So that's, I guess that's my question. So that's a Kubernetes question. What you're suggesting is that dash args is takes over for command, for the word command that would normally be here, right? So, yeah, let's go look here. Containers args 10. So let's see, Docker run is the same as Docker run name Ubuntu sleeper, image sleeper 10. And that would mean, if you put 10 on there, that would mean that the entry point would have to be something that would take that as an argument. So let's go back a few seconds here and see what's up with that. Yep, entry point sleep. Okay, so entry point sleep command 5. So in that case, 5 is going to get overridden. 5 is actually a command. 5 is actually, since the entry point is sleep, command is the arguments itself. Yeah, that's why it's confusing. So that would mean, if we go forward here a little bit, bunch of sleep, yeah, bunch of sleeper 10, and then this is going to be, so a bunch of sleeper, and then the args is 10. So in this case, the arguments is the same as the CMD command in Docker. I see what you're saying. So 10 is going to be passed in, which means that, okay, so that actually means that, God, this is fucking confusing. I can't imagine beginners getting stuck on this. In video, he overrides entry point by command and adds arguments command by args. Yes, I saw that. So this is really fucking annoying. So this is not what's happening. What's happening is because he's passing args in, since there's an entry point of this, the command, the start notebook is being overwritten, and this is being called instead, which would make more sense. And that would mean that the only reason, this is what threw me, this would mean that the only reason that the people who designed this Docker container, for them to include, this is what they have, right? So the only reason for them to put a CMD here, this has nothing to do with Kubernetes. Because the JupyterHub and Kubernetes deployment never runs it, ever. The only reason this is here at all is when you want to run it just as a container, but not in Kubernetes. Okay, so because Kubernetes is saying, nah, fuck that, we don't need that. Which means that some of the information I gave people before, I said, I think we can just add a start notebook on there, is completely wrong. It's completely wrong because Kubernetes, this is the default. This is the default. This takes over the command, and this gets passed to the entry point, which is TINI-G, which is fine. That's just going to start a service, blah, blah, blah. And I assume when you do a Kubernetes exec that you are not using the entry point either. Let me prove that. If this is true, then is or you can replace by something else. Yeah. You cannot append arguments to your CMD. No, you can't. All right. So what I think is happening here is, like, if I do this, if I do k-exec, right, -it hub, and I do --bash, what is actually happening? Well, in Kubernetes, God, this is so confusing because it's totally different behavior from Docker behavior. Not to mention the two dashes in the k-exec, even though k-exec -it is the same. This is fucking crazy confusing to beginners with using Docker. Because when I do bash, watch, this will work just fine. Now, that should not have worked because I don't think it ran the entry point. Yeah, I know. It runs totally different. But when you run exec, it bypasses the entry point completely. Run, the only time you get the entry point is when you do run, right? So, okay, that makes sense. Because Kubernetes does have run. Exec ignores entry points and commands. Okay, that's what's up then. All right, that makes a lot more sense. And so when you run, that'll run the pod. But yeah, it requires image not set. Yeah. See, in order to do run, I actually have to give it an image, and I don't want to do that. So run actually just runs a pod. That's a totally different thing. So this is so important for beginners to not, because here's the crazy thing about it. Docker and Kubernetes exec and run are close enough in meaning, including the -it flag, to confuse the shit out of you, but they are not the same thing. They are not the same thing at all. So that's really bit me in the ass. I'm going to need to do a tutorial just on that. Because when you do run, you have to run a new image, obviously. Run being used to create a new image in a new pod, that's similar, right? But you can't, that would mean I have to run a new thing. If you do exec, it throws away everything and it's like, okay, I just want to run bash. But run observes the entry point and the CMD unless it's overwritten. But and in Kubernetes it gets overwritten by, God, there's no way that I would have got this without having, yeah, this is crazy. So the entry point has to be the same. So yeah. TNI and TNI is just a way to fire off a process in the background. It's just a fancy way of doing it. Yeah. Yeah. And you see this used a lot, especially when people don't want to install systemd or something. The only confusing is names, not semantics. Under the hood, kubelet runs usual Docker commands. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so the truth is we don't need a command here. And I actually am not going to put one in my base image because it confuses the hell out of people. The only reason they put a command in here, I can guess, is to use this Docker image outside of Kubernetes. Because when you use it in Kubernetes inside of JupyterHub in Kubernetes, it specifically overrides what gets run. So that's really important. And frankly, this start notebook is just all of the scaffolding to do the same thing that Kubernetes does, which is to run the notebook. Because it's going to pass this to it, right? Right. So this is exactly how it's going to get called. And that's the thing. So yep. So yeah, I'm going to keep this. Args pass by default, and I'll put, it results in this. So the following pod. All right. I mean, it's kind of redundant, but whatever. JupyterHub. Yeah, I always keep this off. That's fine. All right, so that's good. So really, that's all you have to do. You just have to make sure you probably should use TINI, unless you have some other way that you want to do it. So there. Now you can't really test this. Yeah. You know what? I think that's it. I think that's all that's going to be required. Yep. Yeah. I mean, they might want to put a lot of other stuff on there, but yeah. And I mean, did they change it back to not running as root again? Yeah, they put all the stuff on there. See, the Jupyter network config. The Jupyter config.py is a thing. Yep. And this actually does have to be in there. So generate an open SSL CNF. User lib. See, all of this stuff expects you to have Conda on your system. You see in all this? Notebook app port 888. Put Jupyter data, subprocessor, stat. We got PEM. Conda directory, SSL, open SSL. Shit. So we actually have to have Conda on here. It won't do anything. So the next thing is to try to figure out how to install Conda. So first of all, we have install dependencies. And then yeah. Yeah, whatever. I'm not trying to make it simple. This is supposed to go into a tutorial. This is not going to be easy for people to do. I mean, the thing I could do is just tell them to extend this image, but that thing I got hung up on already with the entry point is going to confuse people who don't know Docker files very well, which would be me included. So I don't want to put that in there. But they apparently they have to have this very, very specific. Hey, look, OpenSSL needs to be the CA certificate must have OpenSSL included. Yep. Restrict access to the file. Change the default mask or the submasks. Yeah. Is in OS environment. Yeah, all this stuff is all related to this specific. Huh. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on how much of this we want to do. Generate a self-signed certificate. OS path notebook. Make directory Python. This is when it starts up, when JupyterHub starts up. OS exec Python greater than 255. Generate an OpenSSL CNF file to set the distinguished name. OS path join. So it sounds like we have to have Conda on here no matter what. So we should probably install that. I wonder if you can just install pip and then do Conda install from that. So I'm going to try to figure out. We need to install Python 3 though, for sure. And I don't know that the version matters. So, all right. So let's see if we can just get an image that does this. Oh, what do we want to call it? What do we want to call it? Let's call it, Venice bash. DNS engines, then lookup. Is that all you have? Or you use dig? Maybe somebody can help you out there. I'm kind of in the middle of work here. So let's join. This is using Conda for the CNF file, and this is just generate an OpenSSL CNF file to set distinguishing name. Open CNF file if I'm right. Rec distinguished name, registered distinguishing name. Generate a certificate if one doesn't exist on disk. So this is making a cert for JupyterHub to start up. I wonder if that would be covered by the install though. It might not be necessary. Let's check and see what we can get. The notebook app port, I would think that would have to be passed. I wonder if that's not the default. I wonder what the notebook app port default is. JupyterHub. What is it? Default. Is it 888 by default? See notebook app port by default. Nope, no results. Changing the default port for IPython notebook. The only port which is open is 80. I want to check and see. To run an IPython notebook on a machine behind a firewall, the port is 8080. And so I was wondering how I can change the default port from 8890 to 88. Ah, that's interesting. So they did change the default port for IPython. God, I'm learning so much about Jupyter books I do not care about. So 8890 is the default port for IPython notebooks. So that means you have to have a minimal config. Yeah. Yep. At that point, I mean, I'm like wondering why we're doing anything in the Helm chart at all. So configuration file, generate a self-signed cert. What I want to know is why it needs a self-signed cert. Why can't it just do it on its own? Like, what's the default configuration file, right? Yeah. If we don't have 888, I guarantee it won't work. Because that's what's listening for. The spawner is listening for port 888. That's the thing it's been doing. Open browser false. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Port, yeah, those are like super important. Interesting. Okay, so this is actually gonna have to be a thing. Again, the reason I'm doing this is I'm trying to establish what are the minimum things. So we're gonna do Docker build dot, I guess. Yep. Yep. Oh, we didn't give a name. Yeah, I didn't give it a name. Local gen not found. All right, so VI built, and we need to tag it, right? Yeah. Let me see. Let's see here. Tag, create, setup, PyTorch. I did it already in here. What did I do here? Oh no, this is the original. Yep. And I think they just built it as PyTorch, right? D images. What did I just create? Oh, I made an Ubuntu image, which is actually not Ubuntu at all. I should do as something else, right? Or I should tag it. Yep, I should tag it. I think I just learned something about Docker. Yeah, let me try something. So I don't even need the build if I'm doing it that way. Docker build dot. Images. So we have an Ubuntu image and we have what? Something that has no tags. I mean, I think you have to give it a tag, right? I don't remember. I always put it in build scripts. That's why I forget. I shouldn't do that. The command, blah, 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 return not zero. D images. 2 minutes ago, 72. That's the same as the Ubuntu one. I guess it's because I did it. I don't know. I don't know. Let's do this. Well, we got some dependency problems, so let's go fix that first. Yep, nope. What is this called? This is the config. All right, so simple Docker file, local gen. Wait, where is? I don't need that one either. We need to get, yeah, we need to go to this Docker file. So this is, yeah, where is this installed? Wait, this is, nope, fixed permissions. We need to install lab too, so eval, fixed permissions, local gen. Oh, locales. I need to do locales if I'm going to do this. Yeah, that's why it's failing. Uh-huh. So I didn't give it a name though. I kind of want to see what it does. I think it's going to call itself Ubuntu, but it's not, right? Build. Wow, okay, I finished. So the images. So it doesn't have a name. Build simple. Tag simple. Okay. Yay, now it has a name. Yeah. So, I mean, we could. I mean, run is supposed to use the TINI, right? So if I do, I don't know, we could do something fun here. Docker run -it, which is already a daemon process. So I don't think I even need to make it a daemon process. Let me try. So if I do simple and then I run like echo something. Yeah, it runs it and then takes off. Yeah. And if I attach to it, you can attach the stock container for start. Oh, whoops. Right. Oh, well. All right. Oh, well, because it just stuck with just around the one thing. And Tiana isn't a daemon. I'd have to make it a loop. Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes sense. At least it's working. Suppose 888. So, yeah, I mean, we're getting down to the brass tacks here, but yeah, we're gonna have to install JupyterHub on here, and see. Yep. I mean, so they'd have to do a PyTorch thing and do the installation. So we would do. So step 1, install the dependencies. And then we'll do step 2. Install JupyterHub and JupyterLab. install Jupyter Notebook. I don't know if we can even get that in there. Yep. So then we have the entry point. For use with Cube Spawner. And then set up startup. Yep. Oops. All right. So let's do this. We've got step 4. Yeah, we got that. Okay. So we need to do this. We need to expose the port, but we need to load the configurations. So before we do that, we need to get pip on here. Yeah, we got Python 3 on here. All right, so then we need to do run Python 3 Python install Python-m pip install JupyterHub JupyterHub, and we could do, I guess we need configurable HTTP proxy, which I don't like, but I actually don't think we need the configurable HTTP proxy. I don't think that's needed. Huh. I don't think we need the HTTP proxy. I think it's used by the system automatically. So, well, no, because if it's running on port 888, we can like check it out, right? We can curl that port and see if it's got something on it. If it doesn't, without it, we can add it. Maybe add configurable HTTP proxy. Well, we definitely need the notebook thing. Install notebook. I think notebook might need configuration with proxy though. Yep. And then we need, we can just get Conda to do the rest. Yep. Conda. Well, let's try something different here. Let's do, we have to get Conda on here if we're going to do this though. And installing Conda is the annoying thing. That's the problem. We have to do Conda Forge and all that shit. Yeah, I want to try it without installing Conda if we can. I really don't like Conda at all. Yeah. If that's true, we probably do need the proxy. God, I hate Node. The problem is that this doesn't install Jupyter Lab, so it might not have the accessible way of doing it. I don't know if it's going to need a proxy, but we're going to see. And we have to expose the port. We also, this is the thing where we're going to have to copy in the other file. Yeah, this uses Conda. I don't want to use Conda. This is really bad. Show Conda directory, no. This is the problem is just adding a new user, and we're going to do it. It's probably going to be running as root, and I don't know if we want to allow that, but we're going to find out. Because you're going to be logging in with the Joven user. I don't even know if it's going to let them log in. So we'll take care of that in a second. Yeah, fix permissions, JupyterHub Lab, Notebook Hub Lab. Notebook. Yeah, I think we can do all of that. And then, yeah, expose 888. We have the entry point already. And then we need the copy. Okay, so we don't need any of these. What? Wait, did they change the user? Yeah, I think they did. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to try it. So if you put an extra user here, it's Jupyter. This has to happen. So yeah, that's something we have to do. All right, so Jupyter notebook config to Jupyter expose port 888. Yep. Put that one later. So we need a copy of that, actually. All right. So now we need to copy that where we did that. But then we need let's go look at the file. So I don't think we need all of this in there. We need, where does get config come from? I hate blind imports because I don't know where get config comes from. Yeah, it doesn't tell me. Jupyter data directory. It must be Jupyter data directory. Fucking horrible. It's the only place it can come from because it's not qualified. No, because they did qualify. They put the name, of course. What am I talking about? Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So that means one of these is actually doing more than getconfig. Getconfig must be a JupyterHub thing. That's all I can say. It's just like already in the context. So, yeah. So Docker file. Wait, let's do this. Was it Jupyter? Jupyter notebook config.py. Jupyter. notebook config.py. And what do we have? So from Jupyter paths, I don't know how many of these we're going to have to import. I want to say we don't have to do any of them, but we're going to find out. All right, so we need these three things for sure. So let's see how that works. So we can do Docker file. Let me see if I can build this. So Docker build T simple Python not found. Of course not. Of course not. Python 3. I mean, is Python 3 now or not? The module name pip. How do I import pip? I don't want to do this, but we're going to have to do this. God, I hate Python. I hate Python. I hate it. All these dependencies and environment variables. Stuff. Go doesn't have any of that. I don't see any Python installing happening at all. So I'm wondering where it comes from. The core container, the base container doesn't have it. Ubuntu Focal does not have Python in it. Maybe it has plain old Python. That's probably it. I bet that's it. I bet the plain Ubuntu has base Python with no Python 3. Yep, I bet that's it. Yep, that was it. Let's see here. Python not found. You can bite me. Python not found. But it's also not in the base container. So what the fuck? Install no recommends, tiny, wget, certs, sudo, locales, launch, run one. So one of these things in here has a Python dependency that's installing Python pip without telling you explicitly. Which is a pain in the ass. Because there's no explicit Python installation happening at all. And nope. Arg Python version equals default. What does that mean? What? Python version. Oh man, it's noisy. Fixed permissions, minikube. Conda plus Mamba plus PyPy. Seriously, where is it getting Python from? Does that equal default? Install Mamba, quite, yes, Python version. There's no Python on the base Ubuntu image. There isn't. So where is he getting it? So obviously something is installing it, but it's not here. I swear to God, it's not here. How is this base image being installed with no Python? apt-get update, did it? Install, did it? wget, certs, sudo, locales, font liberation, run one. It has to be in like run one. What is run one? Wait. Search, run one. Her suit, just when it says the command in its argument at a time. Okay, fine. It doesn't have Python in it though, does it? There's no Python here at all. There's no Python. wget, is wget Python? File recursive web downloader, yeah. I bet it has it. We don't use wget. There is a Python on here somewhere that came from nowhere. That is so fucking weird. China didn't put it on there. So what the fuck? Python not found. That doesn't make any sense to me. I have a feeling this image is busted. Yep, I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove it right now. Docker build dot dash t work. It's gonna be like, where's Python? I don't know what Python is. Yep. When we get quiet app prefix conda. I wonder, because the conda stuff probably is what's putting Python on there. Yeah, that's got to be it. Python and Mamba. Clicking metadata. God, I hate Python. I hate it. I'm using Tmux. Yep. Fixing permissions on everything. Do not run conda in a parallel process. Would never think of doing that. Install 84 packages. WebSocket client, web encoding. Oh my god, this is such a pain in the ass. Yeah. Yep, I got a video on there somewhere from it. Mamba. NPM can bite me. I hate NPM. I hate it. You know who else does? Ryan Dahl. He said so in a conference. So, all right, well, I don't know, man. Notebook app to server app. So why would you do that? They changed the configuration of it and everything. Well, it passed. I don't understand how this passed. There's no Python. There's no Python at all. So, all this conda stuff path. Enable prompt said, we don't care about that. Don't care about that. Command conda shell bash hook. Aha. Call to conda init script C blah. So this is probably what's getting Python. Yep, this right here has probably got it. The command conda. So how is conda getting installed? It's not installed. There's no fucking conda. Where is it getting it from? This image is super weird to me. Okay, conda, you want to focal. All right. Python root. Apt install yes. Install recommends. WSA start sudo. File liberation run one apt get clean. Environment. Configure environment. Conda dir. Opt conda. But there's no conda. The path. Conda dir path. Okay, great. Oh, here we go. Copy a script that will use the correct permissions after running certain commands. Okay, fine. It have been local fixed permissions. Is that just fixing permissions or is that actually pulling down conda? Run sed whatever and then add a call to conda init script. There's no fucking oh, I know what. I know what's up. It got put in. Okay, never mind. Well, it's in the test directory or something like that. That's got to be it. Yeah. No. Where the fuck is it getting it from? I mean, am I getting the wrong Python? There's no conda on the base image. Eval command conda shell bash hook. Where does it get it? Conda init script. Seriously, there is no fucking. Oh my god. Okay, root container is Ubuntu Focal. from Ubuntu Focal, which we have. We have Ubuntu Focal as well. I mean, I assume we do. Maybe that's the reason it's not working. That would not be. I mean, I should not see that being an issue. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Python. So it was focal. It was already focal. Yeah. Maintainer bash root. Install all OS dependencies from notebook servers that start but lacks all features. Download as all possible file formats. Install Tiny. Debian front end update. Yes. Install yes. Something here contains everything that we need, including Python, and I can't imagine what it is. Including Conda. Something up here is installing Conda. There is no Conda installed. That doesn't make any sense to me. Conda opt Conda shell bin bash. This is suggesting to me that Conda is already on the system, which doesn't make any sense. Ubuntu doesn't have Conda on there. It doesn't. No. So confusing. Okay, so bin nb home permissions, enable prompt color, eval command Conda. There is no such thing as command Conda. I'm telling you right now. See? So I don't know where it came from, but someplace between line 57 and line 22, Conda is being installed on the system. And there's no copying going on. And when we did the build, we did the build dot, right? So I don't get it. Install, yes, tiny wget sudo locale from run one. Clean up the lists. Configure environment. So this is where you would think it would be, but this is just env stuff. No, that's actually a thing. There is no Conda dir. There is no opt Conda. It doesn't exist. Home NB user is a thing. Fixed permissions. Okay, so this is something that executes. If they put a Conda installation inside of their fixed permission script, I'm going to fucking rip them a new one. I bet you it's there. Nope, it's not. It's just recursive file permission changes. Thank God. Okay, so enable prompt color in the skeleton.bash before creating default. Who gives a shit? Add color to Conda script. There's no fucking Conda on the machine. How come you did not echo? I mean, did not die? Nancy skeleton bash RC. Command Conda shell bash hook. There's no Conda. There's no command even. Something has installed Conda. Either that or this is not the base image. They lied. But I just ran it and it worked. So pipe fail root. Install OS dependencies. Download as all possible file formats. Sudo locales font liberation 1.1. All right, for giggles and grins, I'm actually going to add all of these because I can't believe my eyes. I think this works despite itself, to tell you the truth. I do. I have no proof of that, but I'm going to prove it right now. Tiny, I bet you wget is it. But how does ca certs sudo locales font liberation. Well, let's just do this. I wonder if it's font liberation. That's so stupid. Why would they even put that there? Run one. Run one. Uh-huh. Build simple. What else is it going to put on here? wget, tiny, wget. Remove triggers. Run Python. Still can't find it. I still can't find Python. Return non-zero code. Command. Yeah. I just do not get it. There's no fucking Conda. There's no fucking Conda. I'm gonna have to walk away from this for a second. It's driving me crazy. I don't think it even needs these. I definitely don't need wget. Yep. It can't find Python because there's no fucking Python on there. Ugh. Update, it's all tiny. Configure environment. Home env path. Fix permissions, no. Enable prompt color, no. Run set. What the fuck am I missing? Add Conda. Add call to Conda init script. Echo. Oh, never mind. I take it back. I take it all back. Okay, so the echo is just writing the conda eval command to the bash RC. Okay, that's not calling it, thank God. So there's no Python installation going on here. So where's it happening? Echo auth sed add user. Adding new users, making the conda directory. Yep, there we go. That's what I expected. Okay, that makes sense. Fixing the perms, making a Python version. But there is no Python installed yet. Again, there hasn't been any Python installation. Make working directory backward compatibility, fix perms, install content as Joven under the user account because the user account switched over to NBUID. So package manager and Python application to use, Conda Forge, Mini Forge. Using Mamba installer, possible options are Conda blah, Conda plus Mamba, Conda Mamba and pip. It doesn't say it's going to install Python though. Architecture, Mamba Forge, sh. Okay. So this is what's installing Python right here. So it's pulling down the installer script and installing that instead. Yep, and that's got to be installing Python. But I think we can get Python on here without it. Yeah, we just need to do it up here. And I don't even know what version that's going to give us, but we're going to try it. Yep. Python. libsql and Python. Well, I got Python for sure. No module named pip. Well, how do we install the pip Python module? Is that Python 2, by the way? I think it is. Let's do Python 3. And I mean, can't we do pip 3 too? I think there's a pip 3, right? Yep, if I remember right. So, no, there's no pip 3. How do we install pip? Installing, been too long. I think it's Super easy way. Universe Python 3 -pip. Oh. Run Ubuntu. Apt update. Install pip3. Apt install Python 3-pip. Yep. All right, that's how we do it. Python 3-pip, which is going to actually put Python on there as well because it's a dependency probably. So don't need to make another one. There we go. Here comes Python 3 and all the pip. Yep, here comes the pip. All right. Python not found now because reasons. Because now I did Python 3, so I got to change it here to be Python 3. And go ahead and install that. Yep, there we go. I did it. Doing all the JupyterHub stuff. And yep. This is very productive. Oh my god. Good old Python. NPM not found. Because Mamba, whatever the fuck, installed it. I don't know how to install NPM. Apt update. Apt install NPM. No package name NPM, comma. Okay, fine. Hey, look, it needs Perl. I fucking hate NPM. I hate it. NPM. Alrighty. Let's try this one. My code's compiling. Time for a sword fight. Who wants to fight me? Fight me. Let's see how long this one takes. Oh, I'm tired. I need to eat a proper breakfast. How's it been? It's been like 90 minutes since we started, right? I should take a break, get some food, and generation complete. Run Python 3 pip install. Huzzah! Because we're gonna do that HTTP config thingy mabobber. Yep. And yep. There it goes. NPM's doing its thing. Warning TNI simplest. Yes. Yash. Okay, so how can we test this? If we could test it by just calling it. Yeah, let's do that. It would be d run itd. Does the itd? I guess that does use the entry point, right? So we should be able to use JupyterHub. I mean, let's just try JupyterHub by itself. Wait, where is my config? Here it is. No, wrong one. 3. All right, so K, edit, deploy, hub. I'm gonna look for the args again. Here they are. JupyterHub config upgrade DB. Let's try JupyterHub. Wanna try that? Let's try that. Let's just try JupyterHub like straight up. Yep. All right, so JupyterHub, that should work. That should be passed. Wait, simple JupyterHub. So that should pass JupyterHub to TNI, which should run. All right. Now, if that worked, we should have something listening on that port. Yes. All right. So we have Do we have a simple running? We have a JHub running. What? What the fuck? Oh, that's my Minikube. Yeah, that's my Minikube. I gotta go back and find that. Wait, what? Simple. Simple is listening on 888. Look. Yeah, it's exposed to the port, but we don't know if anything's talking on that port because we didn't do the configuration. But it's actually running. I wonder if I could nmap that thing. I didn't put it on a different network, so I have to go onto it to do the nmap. Yeah. So Docker exec it simple bash. What? It's right there. What? Bullshit. I just saw it. It's right there. Names simple. Oh, that's the image name. Serene Habit is the name of the container. That's right. All right. That makes sense. Serene Habit. What the hell is that? Bash. All right. So, is there? Am I gonna have a net? I don't even think I have. I don't think I have netstat. Nope. Nope. Netstat not found. I want to see what's listening because we have a running process, right? SGF more. I could probably do. All right. So we're running a JupyterHub. JupyterHub is actually running on here. And proxy is running out 8,000, 8,001. I don't think we need this because I think the spawner is going to do the proxy shit. I'm almost positive the spawner does the proxy. We don't need that. I think we can take that off. Yeah, I don't know that for sure though. Yeah, API port. Interesting. HTTP proxy IP. Error target hub error 801. Yeah, when you spawn a new notebook, I don't think you have to be listening on that port. I think you have to do 8888. I was trying to, I mean, this looks like it's working though. So, yeah, and we did expose port 8888 on the containers. So, but it's on the bridge network, I think. Did we copy this stuff over? I didn't. Or did we? Oh, I know. Okay, PS, DPS. Yeah, we need to actually call it and use the configuration file. So, let's see. Delete. Remove or delete, I can't remember. I don't know. Stop. How about that? Serene Habit. Stop single. Yeah. Stop. Remove single. Was it delete? God damn it. RM. Single. DRM. Serene. All right, so we're gonna go start it up as if it was started by Ubuntu Kubernetes. So we're gonna say IT simple. Yeah, I'm gonna do JupyterHub --config, and then this, and then we're gonna do upgrade the DB. Yep. I don't know what that is, but we're gonna do it. And when we do that, if it should be talking on 888 when we go visit it this time. If it's not, then something's fucked up. Yep. Let me make sure my configs are right. But yeah, so that should be 888. It might give us an error and says no, can't run, and that's good. We need to know that. So we have something to test. Oh, did it work? Looks like no. It looks like it died. And yeah, it's not there. It must have stopped right away. But it didn't tell us any of the errors or anything. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, these are all... Why does it keep doing it and then dying? Use your local Etsy. But we didn't copy it to that place. I think that's a problem. What's that? Pip comes does not come with Python. Apparently not. Let me go look at the other config here. So where's our Jupyter config? I mean, we can set it to whatever, but... Oh, wow, that's a problem. This puts it in the wrong place. No wonder. I see JupyterHub config. Prepare upgrade to Jupyter Lab version 3. Wow, that changes the content to be notebook app to be server app. And puts it in Etsy Jupyter server config.py. So, yeah, I don't, yeah, we got problems here. So, yes, indeed. So, this is what's going to get run. User local Etsy JupyterHub, JupyterHub.config.py. So, yeah, that's really interesting. There's just like so many really willy-nilly sort of things that are going on, because it doesn't even put it in the right place. It's supposed to be a symlink or something, because it's not even in the right place. It's included with the default. Yeah, well, so yeah, so the only thing we really care about is what gets run. This is what gets run. So JupyterHub config.py. And there's a bunch of craziness here that goes through and changes everything to make the configuration file compatible. It's super dumb if you ask me. It's like, why does it even do this? It changes it to be server app. I think we probably want to use Kube Spawner instead of that. Jupyter Lab. Yeah, I don't know. Etsy Jupyter. Jupyter Lab version 3. All right, so this is going to be server app, which is just so lame. This is such a clusterfuck of a project. It really is. They're going to change the name to it to Etsy Jupyter server. Jupyter server config.py, Etsy Jupyter server.py, and then fix the perms. Move Jupyter Notebook to Jupyter server. So they actually have it in both places. Yep. They have a Jupyter Notebook, and then they have a Jupyter server as well. Oh my God, this is such a pain in the ass. Jupyter server config.py, which is server app. And I don't think that's working because all our inputs are not working. So, yeah. And switch back. We're going to have to put that in our Docker file and have it pull it in. Jupyter server config. I mean, I don't want to have to document it that way. That's kind of a waste of time, but Jupyter Notebook config goes to this Jupyter server config. They're both in Etsy Jupyter. And then this has nothing to do with the stuff from the Helm chart that goes into the Etsy whatever. So I find that interesting because there's no file there to run, and there's no way to see it fail. Build simple. It doesn't look like it's even running, listening on the right port, which is what concerns me. So, yeah. Run simple JupyterHub config. JupyterHub customer config. Upgrade DB. So we run this and we get it. It doesn't run though when we do that, and that's what I find troubling. It should still be running. It should be running with the TINI. Yeah. So Docker PS. Not there. It died. It died. We just have our minikube. I need to stop minikube. It's confusing me for now. Minikube is running inside of Docker in my case right now. I need food. Docker PS, nothing's running. So yeah, when we did it without the config, it works. And with it, it doesn't work. Which means, I mean, we got it. The idea is romantic Perlman. That's funny. Yeah. So let's go back on there and see what's up. So D exec, your job sucks. Well, you know, it's a job. Bash. So this one, it said JupyterHub SQLite cookie secret open all the stuff. Yes, actually, yeah. So we have Python running. We have Tinny running. It started up JupyterHub, but we don't know what it's listening on. So we don't have any IP utils or anything. It's running Node. It's running configured by HTTP server, which I don't understand why that's a thing. I should not be doing that. It doesn't need the proxy. I don't understand. It doesn't need it. Docker PS. Oh, wait. 888. So it did expose put 888, but I don't know. Local host. I think I have to put in the host network first to do this. How to connect to 888 and refuse. Wait, that's stupid. That was stupid, Rob. All right, so let's do this. Let's do. I don't think curl's on here or something. No, nothing. All right, fine. I'll put it on. Yeah, we need to net shoot into the thing, and I can't do that because I can't tell what's on there. It's exposing 888, but I don't think it's listening on 888. I can't prove that anyway. I think this is Kubernetes actually makes a config map that mounts this config stuff. So when we're doing our testing, we don't need to worry about that as long as we got a port 888 listening. I think that's it. I think that's true. So I'm going to put curl in here because I want to go see what's on 888. Just cause. And we'll build that. Oh, that was fun. Oh, that was a run. I need a build. Where's my build? Where is it? Oh, okay. I need curl because I want to see if there's something running on 888. If there is, I think we're ready to start testing it in Kubernetes because I think the rest of the stuff's going to get added by default. If that's true, we might be actually done. Because then I need to just, again, the bare minimum necessary to get an image to work. You know, any image that you want to add to. And then if people want to configure their own PyTorch and everything, they can do that. But they'd have to get their own image and stuff. Just need load balancing, SSL logging, and everything else. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yep. So let's see how this goes. I mean, if it's listing on 888, I think we're good. And this does have lab and hub on it, so it should work in the multi-mode way that Kubernetes does its thing. When you fire up the Kubernetes and Jupyter and the Kubernetes JupyterHub, it has either lab or tree, and so you can use the traditional approach if you want. I don't know if it's going to use configure HTTP proxy though. That's super interesting. I think they took over the proxy and put some other stuff in there, to tell you the truth. So yeah. So that's not a thing. I don't think it's required, but I don't know. I'm the guys in my team are telling me that. They're telling me that we can just put config proxy on there and be done. So if that's true, that might be good news. So let's do this. I need to kill all my other ones though. Compassionate beaver. There I am. I got another beaver. So DRM compassionate. Do I really have all those? Shit. I should fine. So we need to do this one too. Romantic Pearlman. Yep. PS. DPS. All right. My big long starter script. Oh, I think that, no. Is that it? Yeah. We don't need to configure anything else, So thirsty Brahmagupa, whatever that is. They need to make different random names. Those are really weird. They are. You can't tell me they're not. Pearl is romantic. It kind of is a poor name generator. I know. That's what makes me concerned. I've already had several inappropriate names generated on live streams. I was like, I don't know about that. Curl local host. Damn it. How about netstat? Fuck. What is that? IO net tools? I think it is. No. Oh, what is it in? I think I deleted everything. Yeah, I did. I did because I cleaned it up. I should take out the cleanup stuff for now. Net tools. Netstat tuna. Yeah, there we go. We don't have any 888. What the fuck? You always use name? Yeah. Huh. It doesn't look hopeful. That's all I got to say. So, it's on the 91 network foreign address. I don't think that these are accessible from the external. I didn't bridge the network, so I just want to check. Uh, 57130. No. I control MDNS. Yeah. I like that. I use MDNS. I used to use it. I like MDNS. Yeah, tuna salad. There's an 8,000 that's just listening to everything. But that is supposedly oh, did it get anything? Apparently it's listening. You know, and these other ones are time weight, which means they're hung. Probably because they haven't been port forwarded, and that's something I should probably do in my Docker thing. It's still using 80 though, and that's what troubles me. I don't think it's reading the config files at all. I don't think it is. But there's no way to know that. I'd have to go. Where are the errors? So, the var log tell fail log. What's in there? Nothing. There's really not logging at all. Where does JupyterHub log? Var log. I mean, I don't even know where it would log. History term, no. Var, is it user local? What would have changed? Where does JupyterHub log? Does not keep a log. Oh, of course it doesn't. And have to be captured to a file, preferably using redirection. If you want logging to a file, output redirection is a more robust approach. Okay, great. What the fuck is that? Traffic proxy logs and everything. Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. What a clusterfuck of an app. This is horrible. It's in the browser. I can't even see the logs because they're not stored. How about TINI? Does that have logs? Where are the DINI logs? I bet it doesn't do any either. Crash log directory. It's got to have logs. It's got to have logs, right? Teeny logs. Nope. Teeny logs, containers. Logs of a Docker container. Query logs from the Docker container Azure. NTD command. How can I direct output of the shell to log file? Oh, great. We have to have JavaScript. Wonderful. Oh, wait, you can make your own log? A tiny bit valid in it. Yep. Become a bounty hunter. This is it. Doesn't seem to work. Well, no one cares. You're talking on a forum that nobody knows. Yeah. How to query logs for containers and sites. JTPD. I read container logs. I don't know. There's no fucking log. I can't even tell what's up. You know what I'm gonna try? I'm gonna try bring my Minikube back up and to tell it I want a container from my local host. Actually, to do that, I have to load the image inside the Minikube Docker engine, which is different from the local host Docker engine, the host container. Yep, and that's gonna be a while. I don't know. I'm gonna walk away for 5 minutes and be back. All right. We can get this going on. Oh, it took 10 minutes. I got to take 10 minutes next time. All right. Let's see here. So, what do we got? We got this. We got something that we don't know if it's actually running or not. I wonder if I could just start JupyterHub by itself by logging into it. Let's try that. Let's try a different run. Because we have to debug JupyterHub to make sure it's starting up and doing everything in the right place. So if I do, let's get rid of this one. Here. Let's try this. Let's start one up. We're gonna start one of these up. Where are you? All right. We did the build already. Let's start one up and then let's get on it and try to run JupyterHub on it and without running it from TINI. We can actually even run the TINI process and look at its output. Because it's obviously not being logged anywhere. So let's just try that. So if we just start it up and see what JupyterHub says, if it even reads the configuration file, it gives an error. I mean, in this sense, Kubernetes is actually easier. Maybe it's time to start using Kubernetes because it'll actually capture the output of the logs and everything. Yeah, it might be time to start doing that integration, which wouldn't be that hard. You just have to make sure we have that image in the Docker in the different Docker. Hey, silly boy. So it's in the different place. So let's just do a plain old simple, and then we're not gonna actually. The entry point is still gonna be TINI. So, I mean, we can make the entry point something else, right? Yeah, and then we can do dexec. And just go jump on this right now. Containers not running. What are you talking about? What you talking about? Oh, it didn't run. It didn't stay up. Of course it didn't. I didn't because I forgot. I put the D in there. Now that. Huh. What did I do when I did that? So that started up and it ran the entry point TINI with no arguments. So that probably just died. It did. Okay. So it ran TINI with no arguments. So we have to do TINI with something. We have to have it run something. That's going to stay, right? Sleep 9,000. Now it should still be around. Yeah. Okay. So that's fine. Now we can actually go start JupyterHub on our own with our exec. Yeah. Dexec it bash. All right. Now we should be able to do JupyterHub without any configuration pointing or anything. And we get all our errors and stuff. Okay, there we go. So checking routes. 8001 proxy. Running JupyterHub without SSL. I hope SSL termination somewhere else. And these are the logs I'm familiar with. Now running on port 8000. All right. So let's go back and see if it even saw the other stuff. I don't think it did. I don't think it loaded any of it. So the stuff that's in Etsy Jupyter seems to be being ignored completely. you know. And I wonder how that. I wonder if that's probably because sort of being. I know. I think I know what's up. Yeah, I think I know what's up there. I think it's the start files in the config that are doing all that shit. So yeah, I think that's what's up. So start notebook and all that. Mm-hmm. I mean, this keeps coming back to like the mystery of, well, where does this come from? Why does it actually say to do that? And where does it come from? And I think JupyterHub does all that and makes the config file do. It does some fancy stuff with the config file. So I think we're probably ready to test it. This is definitely running JupyterHub the way we want. And it even starts up. It did not set it to port 8888 though, and that's kind of the thing I'm worried about. I don't know how that is done. It looks like there's some base stuff in these config files that was doing that. So if let's try. So JupyterHub config. This was easy, only 2 hours install. Oh, there's a lot more. We're not even close to being done. So, let's see what happens here. What I'm confused with is it's never, for some reason it says proxying HTTP 8000 no default. Initializing 0 spawner 0 seconds. It doesn't have any HTTPS because reasons, I don't know. Probably because we don't have the certs in it configured. I bet that was done by the Mamba installer. But I don't know that for sure. Config proxy token. See authenticator admin users have been available. Yeah, I don't think it's seeing the stuff that we want. We still don't have anything on 8888, and that's the problem. We don't have anything on 8888, and I don't know how to get it to run on 8888. So that, I mean, okay, so let's actually, in comparison, let's try something else. So let's exit this. Let's try to actually run the other one. Let's run Bork. Yep, let's run Bork. Bork with JupyterHub. And this is the one that is not Bork, actually. It's running JupyterHub. So, and look at that. See this? Well, that's the exposed port, but we don't know there's anything actually doing that. So if we do dexec IT, and we're going to go to focus hertz bash. Hey, wow. See, we have more of an image here. And I put all this stuff in our home directory. Okay, because I use the mob install. Same stuff as the other stuff's the same though. All right, so then we do Statuna. No. All right, app update. sudo Jupyter. It doesn't even let you out. I remember this. I remember this is a problem with this one. But it makes it safer. Which is going to be an issue too. Because the way we're doing it, if we just let them make their own things, who knows how they can do it. They could end up doing it really weird and wrong. I don't know if that's something we want to let people do. Yeah, and there's really no way for me to know which running on any port over here because I don't have. I guess I'll go look in proc. What's in proc? gotta have to use like fstat or no, I have to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about it to go look. I have to look at all the. This is all the stuff that PS command actually uses. PS-EF. I can look at the process and see what ports are listening on. Conda's on JupyterHub. Port 8000, 8001. So, okay, so this is the same. This is the same as the other one that I have. So what's up with the 8888? I don't see any 8888 happening at all. So that has to be happening by something going on with Kubernetes or the Helm chart transformation from the spawner, because it's not being done by the image itself. So I actually think this image is going to be fine, because that's why I was looking. I was looking to see if there's anything special about that image. There isn't. So we're ready to test. I actually don't think I need these JupyterHub notebook configs at all anymore. I'm going to get rid of them. Yep. I don't think they're needed. I think the other stuff is done by Kubernetes. So I'm going to rid of these copies. And I think we might be done. I think this might be it. Yeah. The only way to test is to make another image. So build, where's our simple build? Simple. Build simple. There we go. 2 minutes later. Yeah, we're not running JupyterHub though. You know that, right? We're running it in Kubernetes, which is totally different. That's why I'm doing all this. Yeah. This is completely different. Running JupyterHub is one thing. Running JupyterHub in Kubernetes is a totally different thing. You have to use the Helm chart, and it has to run on a certain port, and it does a bunch of magic. That's why. I mean, just running JupyterHub is not a problem. I get this problem a lot with other people too. They keep asking me, why is this so hard? Why can't you just run it? Because it has to run a spawner, and the spawner has to fork it off. It's just not a matter of doing the installs like you suggest. Yeah. Just run the notebook installer. You can run the installers, but then it won't talk properly to the spawner service. So this is exactly what I did. And it's frustrating because people say, oh, just, I've had more other people say the same thing. They send me the same exact lines. Hey, just go do this thing here. And that's not it. It's not enough. I mean, it's not enough because, see, this like this. Why would you expose port 888? See, the standard ports are not 888. The reason you do that, I thought, was because that's the port that the kube spawner is communicating on when you run it under Kubernetes. And there's actually a configuration variable that takes it over. If you go look here in the image, they wouldn't put this in the image. And this is the works with JupyterHub in Kubernetes image, and they wouldn't put that in there if there wasn't a reason for that. In fact, they have sort of single user. Actually, the Jupyter notebook config actually uses a different port, and it tells it what port to run instead. So and the reason for that is because it has to have the same consistent port across the board for Kubernetes so that it can be routed properly. That is a pain in the ass, and that's why I'm spending. Cloud is so cloudy. Absolutely. But if you, yep. Yeah, I mean, you can run it, but the thing is, if you run one JupyterHub, you have one instance of JupyterHub. You don't have, an enterprise JupyterHub. So, and we have that already, by the way. We have a script called Run Jupyter, and it does that very thing. And that's super easy. But if you want to be able to have it run within Kubernetes, it's a lot different deal. Which people are like, I don't know if it's worth it, and sometimes I agree with it. It's been a pain in the ass to get this to work. So the question I have now is, where is this configuration going to come from? Given the fact that we're not going to have that other kube spawner in there. One of the hardest parts I'm having with distinguishing on this whole base notebook thing is to distinguish the stuff that's Kubernetes related from regular container related. So for example, this start notebook line never gets executed at all under Kubernetes because it's being overwritten by the args in the container template. And that means that this is only running JupyterHub, blah, 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 which means if start notebook is the thing that actually needs to use all of these configuration files, which we don't know, I have a feeling it is though, that we don't need any of these hooks or anything. These hooks are all built on something completely different. See, use local bin start notebook. All of these. So what I'm trying to get to is the minimum necessary to run it under Kubernetes only. And these particular stack images, Docker stacks, are designed to run either in containers or in Kubernetes. And that's the source of the confusion. So I'm trying to clarify that even further and get right to the guts of the issue. And my current feeling is that this 888 exposure is something that the Helm chart is actually adding that ultimately gives us this. This is how it's called, right? And if you look at all the stuff we just looked in, there's no notion of user local etc JupyterHub, JupyterHub conf. Does not exist anywhere. So this is coming from the Helm chart. And the Helm chart we know has configuration data in it. So I'm starting to believe that there's a completely separate set of configuration files that go with the Kubernetes install that are managed under the Helm chart from the base image, and that the base image is just a starting point. But by looking inside of the Docker file for the image, I'm getting confused by a bunch of stuff that's container related that's not Kubernetes related at all. And that's been confusing. For example, I almost guarantee you there's no need for configuration proxy. Almost guaranteed, but I don't know that for sure. So I'm going to try to get this to work, and if it works, then we'll do it. Okay, so the next step is we got this thing in here now, and we gotta put this into the make my Minikube Docker engine. So yeah, so we're gonna MQ start, and that's just drop our JHub. This is so we can start it in here. Just install all the things. Yeah. I mean, if it's more about the maintenance cost, that's the thing that they keep talking about. But it is definitely more complicated than it used to be. It's not just bringing a server up anymore. JHub cluster default namespace. Okay, so this is all well and good. K8S pods. I have a Kubernetes cluster, but I have to use -n JHub. So there it is. Context. I should have one of these already. Yep. Okay. So namespace is JHub. Yeah. Anyway, so I have to actually Docker. This can be hard to do this. I need to build the same Docker file, but now I need to do it inside of the new Docker environment. This is going to be confusing for people, but this is just how it happens. So we're going to set the Docker environment to be, now we have a totally different Docker environment now. If I do DEPS, you'll see I have like totally different things, right? So I have to build against this one instead. ARGs and all this stuff. I just went into the Kubernetes and looked at the stuff that's inside of it. Yeah. So yeah. Now, I'm trying to break this down so I can make it simple for somebody to just make their own image that'll work with it. Right now, the actual status for this, in other words, what the proper thing to tell somebody as of this moment, according to JupyterHub team, the zero to Jupyter Kubernetes JupyterHub team, is thou shalt extend one of the base Docker stack images so that it'll work. Well, we have NCG images and stuff from PyTorch and everything that people want to customize their own images. And so I need to be able to tell them how to customize those images, even though nobody's doing it. So I need to simplify that. And I want to remove a bunch of the cruft, and we've already identified a bunch of that. So I really think the only thing you have to have is JupyterHub installed, period. I think that's it. I think that is it. You could have a base Ubuntu, which is JupyterHub installed, boom, it'll work. I'm about to test that. So if that's true, then the whole process got a lot easier. I don't even think you need the configurable proxy. I don't think you need any of that. I think this is going to make people very happy when I show them how simple this file is. But I don't don't know that. And maybe ultimately I'll show this to people. They're like, that's it? I'm like, yeah, it took me 2-3 days to figure this out though. They're like, what? Why did it take you so long? I was like, because there's so much crap to try to figure it out. All right, so this is building a new image, but this time it's building the image inside of the Docker daemon running inside Minikube as opposed to my host Docker engine. So it's going to do the whole thing. It might run out of room, actually, because there's only so much because it's a VM, not just a Docker and runtime. So trying to unpack. If this works, then we can just restart Minikube and point it at this image, and it should work. I'm going to need to actually, I'll just have to tell it that I want to use the simple image, and it should pull it down. Did we tag it? Yeah, I did. I tagged it with simple, right? So yeah, we're going to go for it. I don't think it needs the npm configurable proxy. I'm going to take it out later if it doesn't need it. We also didn't do Conda or Mamba for install on this, and I fucking hate it. So if I can show them, you just need to say, if you want to do the Mamba install, fine, go for it. But you don't need it. Yeah, I also didn't do any user accounts on this, which means that it's going to just run as root, which may or may not be a problem. So now I do Docker PS, Docker images. I should have, so there's all this Minikube core DNS. This is because it's a single node cluster running inside the virtual machine. So that's all going to be there. But what I really want is simple. So if this works, I should be able to do simple latest in my thing, and have it work. So let's go back to here, I think. Yeah, let's do build open. Now this should open up. Good news. There's my server. It's still there, thank God. Yeah, I haven't restarted my server or anything, but I shouldn't have to because the container should be available for it now. So now I should be able to change this out and put simple and have it just grab the image. This whole customization, and this was all a different exercise I did to customize it was a complete clusterfuck as well because there's all kinds of bugs in the JupyterHub stuff. So here we're going to see, here's what it's starting container notebook, backing off, restarting failed container. So the difference about this is now I can actually look at why it failed. It'll say I can't find an image called simple. I have a feeling it tried to pull simple off of Docker instead of my local registry. Yeah, and I don't know that, but we can go check it now. So kget pods dash enjovian error status. Yep, logs on Jovian Jupyter. God damn it. It's probably gone by now already. Yeah, it already got cleaned up. Yep, it got cleaned up already. So back off, restart failed container. Let's go see what's up with the hub. So jhub. So let's do logs on hub. Yep. So failing suspected API request, not running server, API contents, request to not running server. Okay. Timeout 888. See that? I told you it's not talking on 888. Because something about our configuration is not taking to have it run on 888. And that's like one of the last pieces we have to figure out. Is running JupyterHub, it's just not talking on the right port. So it tries to talk to it. It says, I can't talk to you. And that's why you can't just use the plain old instructions for JupyterHub, because the port has to be changed to this. And there's a way to do that. But I don't know where to put that in the configuration files. So yeah, and all the other logs are dying so fast we're not able to see anything. Here, we'll maybe see something. Successfully assigned job in JupyterHub. All right, we got that. Container image, network tools already present on the machine. Great. Created container, block cloud, started container, created content image simple, already present. Nice. Created container notebook. Started container notebook. Start container notebook. Back off, restarting failed container. So it started the container notebook. Wait. Container notebook. Yeah. It back off, restarting failed container. Did not respond in 30 seconds. So it came up. It came up, but it didn't talk on the right port. And that we can't see that fast enough because we're not on the system. So this very definitively means that we've got to get that thing to talk on port 888. And that means there's some configuration value that's missing. Because that was where there already was a web service in 880. Yeah. Yeah. And there is a configuration value. I did just do nmap. That's why I did that's why I did the netstack, because I didn't want to install nmap. It's not talking on it. That's what the whole netstack was about. Yeah. So like if I just run it on Docker, right? So Docker PS, whoops, wrong one. So DPS here, this is background one. So we still have it here, right? So here's the 888, see? It's port forwarding. That just poked the hole for 888, but exposed it, but it didn't do anything. There's nothing there to listen to. So here's our sleep, right? Let's go back to our sleepy one, and I'll show you. So this is so we can actually go do some tricks. Dexec IT. We'll go over here. PS-EF. And you can see it's not doing anything. But if I start JupyterHub just without any configs, it will start on port 8000 and do all its thing, and it runs just fine. It's now running HTTP 8000. So what I need to do is I need to figure out how to change the port. And I don't know how to do that. So how to change the port. And then we have to figure out what configuration file to put it in so it'll get found. Right now it's not being found in the right place, and that's kind of the hard part. How to change the port of JupyterHub. 8,000, 40,000. No use of discouraged. Instead, use blah 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 as preferred. So JupyterHub IP, JupyterHub port. The following line to configuration file. So this says JupyterHub, which is totally different than all the other ones we were doing. So we had that. The other one was like notebook, right? So I don't know if it's here's why I'm confused, because if you go over here and you look at here, so well, that's not the same one. This is a good one, but so this is what ends up getting run, and then we have but okay, where is it? Yeah, okay, so this is the base notebook. This notebook brings over these files. It copies over these configuration files that go in etc Jupyter, and I don't know if they get automatically pulled out or not. I think they do though. And this is the file. So this particular file tells it to run on 888, but it's called notebook app. And then there's another one called server app. And that's different than the JupyterHub itself. So I don't know. I don't know how all of that stuff it makes it there, honestly. You know, and it doesn't, it all gets changed up. And also this has all the certs and everything in it, right? To be able to talk. Generate self-signed certificate. Yeah, but I don't think it actually needs all of this stuff. I just don't know. Request RCKey 2048. F keys print file. I can't tell if this configuration file is run every time, or if it's just a one-off for containers. We know that this is the only reference to 888 in all of the base repo, all of it. So git grep. So that is obviously getting picked up somehow. And request. So let's actually read the test here. Test container option. Test. Let's do test start. Maybe that has something in there we can look at. Container.py. Jupyter enable lab. Yes. Lab notebook. Get logger logging PyTest. Start notebook. See, this is running start notebook, but it doesn't run it. The container doesn't run it. This is just if the container. They only put this here to test the container, not under JupyterHub. And then it says, okay, try to run under localhost. So, okay, that makes me feel more comfortable. I maybe the start notebook is actually being used when it's getting started up. I don't know. Maybe that's I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yep. The tiny entry point start. Okay, shall be launched as PID. Right. So this comes back to that thing that SMB and I were talking about whether this line is being ignored, and I think it is. So if you look at the entry point line, we have to know whether start notebook is actually getting called. And I'm almost 100% sure that it's not at this point. Because if you look inside of the kube control args in the container template, it's running this. And I've been told, and I've read, that the args overrides the CMD in the thing. So that means what it's running is tinny-g-, and then JupyterHub, and then all that, this other stuff. That's what ultimately gets run through Kubernetes. And that's what we have to emulate the closest in order to make it so we can test. And then therefore it leaves me wondering, well, what is the relevance of all these other files? All these other files are all called through start-notebook, which means they're now irrelevant because they're not actually getting run, except for the fact that one of them contains the 888, which means that, and I believe that was this guy that gets copied into NCG Jupyter, which I'm going to tell myself anything in NCG Jupyter gets used automatically. So let's test that hypothesis. So if that's true, then on our little simple thing here, let me see, I'm logged in somewhere. Where am I? I can't find it. Here we go. Okay, so here I am logged in, right? So if this is true, we can go stop this guy. And what? Cleaning up single user servers. Receive SIGINT. JupyterHub is now running at 48,000. Okay. So I'm going to log back into this guy. Now, if this is true, then we should put something in NCG Jupyter, right? And see, we have Jupyter server config. This stuff, whatever's in here. Oh, you got to be kidding me. All right. So, fine. And this is why I need to learn VI. Guess you could put Emacs there if you wanted. All right, so NCG Jupyter. But see, I don't feel like this server config is getting loaded. I really don't. I feel like this isn't happening at all. I don't know. I feel like it's not. But I don't know how to confirm that. How's it going? I don't know how to confirm that it's not being loaded. Yeah, ls-l NCG Jupyter. Yep. Okay. So fixed permissions is not the issue, and then it goes back to the user account. What I need to confirm is that anything in NCG Jupyter actually gets run no matter what. And then that other configuration stuff that's coming from the Helm chart is in addition to the standard configuration, which would put it on port 8888. But as you can see, every time I started here, it's not running it on 8888, which makes me think that I have to provide a pointer to this configuration file, or that the other configuration file is an amalgamation of all those other files together. Either way, I don't see it running 8888, and I need to figure that out. I don't even know which of these files is even run in here. So I mean, there's no way to know. I mean, is it? I don't. It's a JupyterHub question. JupyterHub, etc Jupyter configuration. So let's see. -F. See that? Provides additional information on the config system file. JupyterHub help all configuration using JupyterHub -- help all. Ooh, nice. All right, so starting a multi-user Jupyter Notebook server responds to configure HTTP proxy and multi-user hub, which authenticates users and sponsors. Okay, so I guess you do need a configure HTTP proxy. So commands are launched as a platform information using debug generate config, generate certs, base URL, no. Answer any questions, no SSL, IP, public facing IP of the whole Jupyter application. So where is it getting the config? I think command class parameters. Application log format. There is no log. Options. Active server limit. Yeah, this is like tons of options. These are all the JupyterHub options. And I mean, these are all things you can put inside of the configuration file. So config file, here we go. The config file to load, default, JupyterHub _config.py. But where does it load it from? You know what I mean? I don't know where it loads it from. And I don't know if there's other configurations it's going to grab automatically. So they're like additive configurations. If that's true, that would explain why 888 is used. Otherwise, I'd have no idea where 888 is pulled. Let's go look. Let me look at one other place here. 6. So, okay. So, Jupyter, etc Jupyter server config. Prepare to upgrade JupyterHub. See, I don't understand why that stuff. I think this container is designed to be used in multiple ways. I think but then again, I cannot find anything that refers to port 888 in the whole frickin' thing. So that would suggest that there is some magic going on that has to be understood. Start single user, start sh. Start single user has notebook dir. Port user. Whoa. Where are you getting JPY port from? How does some deprecate environment variables? Oh, they're deprecated. Never mind. Base URL, hub prefix, hub API, single user. Yep. And then it runs start. Yep. Which is this. I have a feeling that this is where it runs etc-Jupyter, but I don't know. If it's not, then it's built into the application itself. Yep. Running hooks. Your local bin start notebook.de. Huh. Home user copying. Change ownership. I think etc-Jupyter, everything in etc-Jupyter runs no matter what. That's what I think. Well, it's even got sudo stuff. I don't know that was a thing. Container must be grouped with a run root to update password profile. I don't need any of that. Where is it getting it? Run hooks. All right. So no, again, no no further information about how it gets a hold of it. Does the Jupyter Lab scale in HPA? Yeah. Or compute engine for the ML models? Well, that's what I've added. We've added that. So we're experimenting. And you can add more right here. You can specify minimum CPU and RAM. These being able to identify and specify these things is not built into the default JupyterHub. This is all stuff I customized. So this is all I added this using it into the template, including specifying your own images. They have this thing called profile list, which lets you pick standard images, but we have over 100 of images. They're all customized and stuff, and we have people already using them using shell scripts and batch and stuff. And we're trying to assess how much impact they're going to have on their images if they want to run them under JupyterHub using this method. And that includes, what's going to be the impact to CPU and performance and stuff. And will that, are we going to get, is the fact that they're running in a container within JupyterHub going to affect performance, et cetera, et cetera? Depending on the model. So the real question is whether we're going to be able to maintain HPA performance with that custom image ability. So I thought it was a huge win that we were even able to pass the containers. And if you look at all the videos I did on that, that was a pain in the ass to figure out how to do that, because you have to bypass all of the broken hooks in JupyterHub, one of which is I know is a bug, that you have to actually pass all your data through a single. It only allows one profile form value to go through called profile, and then we have to put all of our content in that and then unpack it and then map that to a values file, which is all in here. If you want to see that stuff, that's like previous work that we've already done. But that gets your kube spawner. You have to turn SD sidecars off. You have to add the connection URL. And this is the form that we customized. And then we wrote some JavaScript to parse it all in there, to unpack it all up. And then this is, you have to have options from form. This is the thing that parses it out. It's really stupid because it only takes one form value profile. Anything else will throw errors. And so we actually do that, and then we inflate everything that's stuffed in a profile. And then we pass that off to the spawner hook. All of this stuff seems completely unnecessary and over top, but you have to do it. You can't do it any other way. I've looked through this for more than 2 months, and this is the fact that we were even able to pass anything into the template. This right here, just to get this to work, took me at least a month of a few hours a day here and there, because it didn't even let you do that. Yeah, and these are long, a lot of long discovery videos going on here. These are not like really short, sweet conclusion videos about how to do it. There's been a lot of painstaking discovery here. And the other stuff, like how to turn off prepollers for the daemon sets and setting up single user labs and all this other stuff, just came about. I haven't even covered OAuth in here yet. I already did OAuth in our dev cluster, and I don't plan on doing it here publicly because I'd have to set up all my OAuth emulation and everything, which I might do eventually since I'm kind of doing it. But this is crazy fucking complicated stuff, and I don't know that it necessarily needs to be, but it is. So, and the most annoying thing right now. So let me go back. So the goal again here right now, and I'm still kind of working on this goal. Technically, I'm supposed to be done with this video, but the goal here is to be able to provide any image name you want here, right? And the only images that will work currently are images that come from the JupyterHub project, period. And there's only so many of those. And so the goal that I have is to identify the minimum possible things that are required to go into an image. And I'm doing that by using their base image, which is supposed to be the simplest possible image, but this is it is a mess. This is supposedly the minimum you need to build from, right? It sets up the Joven account. It uses Conda and Mamba to pull a whole bunch of stuff in. It supports old and new lab and hub. And it's just got a bunch of extra shit that it doesn't need. And I'm convinced that we don't need all of this stuff. And so I've been trying to shave it off and decide what is absolutely the bare minimum needed. So here it exposes port 8888. That we know, and we finally got our head around entry point. Command is completely ignored. We found that out by looking at the kubectl, because this is what ends up getting passed to start it. And there's no reference whatsoever. This etc local JupyterHub config.py file does not have a reference to port 8888 in there. I wish it did. I mean, I wonder if we should go look at that. We could probably go look at that right now. But I don't think it has any reference to it. The reason we're doing it is because we're also using, it does not actually publish a port between the person who builds the image and the person who runs the command about which ports are intended to be published, right? Nice. Did not know that that was the thing. Now, I do know that it's not it, but I know that there's something that needs to talk on port 8888. But from what I can tell, there's nothing even talking on port 888. There's nothing even configured to talk on port 888. It's like hacking by another name. It is. It really is. It really is. In this particular case, it is. I mean, once you have the images, though, then you're good to go, right? You can do all kinds of stuff. That's the hardest part about all this is that all the work for building out computers and servers and stuff and applications is turned into building, pods and containers. That's the new work. So the new infrastructure work is less about, putting a computer together and more about defining what the image is going to look like and where all the configuration files are going to go and stuff like that. So it's fun. It's annoying, but it's fun. So I know this doesn't expose support, but the problem I'm still having, let me show you guys. I'm still having problems with the port even being changed. And that is kind of a struggle. I don't lie. It has been because the base image has a tiny clue about how to do that. But I'm going to restate the problem. So the problem is that this base notebook, when it runs, and it runs, I absolutely know it works. When this thing runs, it has, the whole thing is running on port 888. Now I should probably, what? I could probably put an nmap in there. I probably could do that. What if I did that? What if I put an nmap in Borg? And go in there and check. That would give, because I've just been doing tuner on it. Yeah, let me think here. Did you run on it already and see the vulnerabilities? No, that's like so far from. Yeah. I don't know. The whole entire JupyterHub project is a clusterfuck of problems. It's really, really bad. It's one of the worst applications I've ever seen in my lifetime. And I'm not the only one who said that. I actually had another person independently tell me the same thing when they were looking at it. I was like, it is such a testament to how shitty Python can be. I absolutely hate it. I hate it, but I'm in charge of it. So I've got to see if this can even run in the cluster at all. I'm about ready to just say we should just write this off, but that's not happening because there's so many people who love it. Every time I show the interface to somebody who's a machine learning person, they're like, oh my God, when can I have it? They love it so much. I'm like, why do you even like this? I just do. They love this. When I show this seriously, machine learning people freak the fuck out when they see this interface. They love it. They love it. And I'm like, what do you like about it? I'm like, well, it's got R and Julia though. And I'm like, yeah, but it's because they're machine learning people. They're data people, data science people. They want a nice, happy web interface. That's why they keep thinking they want JupyterHub and JupyterLab. They could do all this shit so much better on just a Linux machine from the command line and some sort of batch process, which we already have working. But they still like this shit. So much so that I got tasked with making it work. So, hey, oh my God, I got a terminal here. It is kind of cool and all. But, and this only runs this has not been customized at all. Here's something cool. You can like touch a file and it'll persist it in PVC, which I haven't even looked at how the PVCs are being managed and stored. I need to look at that all by myself too. So yeah, people really, really love this. They really like too that they can change it between lab and tree. They can go back to the old form. Whoops. Go back to tree. So here's the old tree view. You go back between tree and lab and go flip back and forth between the old and the new. And a lot of these people have been using this for a long time. Bash, of course, yeah. Their terminal? Bash, yeah. Yeah, it's default Linux, right? So it's Bash. Of course it's Bash. Yep. Echo. Yeah. So another reason to learn Bash, by the way. Z shell is shit. So the next question they're always going to ask is, well, can I do my own images? And the question I would ask them is, I don't know, can you? And they'll be like, well, we want to make an image that does X and Y, and then they don't know how to make images. Sometimes they do, but most of the time they don't. They don't know all the ins and outs of making a secure image, blah, 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 which is probably the fundamental reason that the JupyterHub and Python Kubernetes project doesn't suggest that you let people make their own images like we've allowed them to do. It says you should make a profile list and you should control the images, and I personally agree with that. But I'm being told by the people above me that they won't use it unless they have control of being able to make their own images. And I think it's a bad fucking idea to let data people make their own images. I just think it's horrible. So, but it doesn't matter what I think because that's what they want. So now they click on say images from random people. That's exactly what we've been tasked to do. And they told me straight up, yeah, I had a list of named servers. You saw it, right? And they get vetted and they submit them and they make a GitHub repo that has their image in it and we approve them and then we put them in a approved profile list, right? No. Right now, the way it is, they make it our image. If it goes, there's no checks on the image whatsoever and they just run it from batch. And they want that same, because they can do that from the batch system in the container system, they want to be able to do it in JupyterHub as well. So now I'm being told you need to make it so that they can pass image names directly. And that was a huge accomplishment. Just this right here was a huge accomplishment. But now they want to be able to do their own images until they'll put everything in production without any control. I totally fucking hate it. I hate it. I've said it over and over and over again in meetings. And they upload it to Portis. They upload their image to Portis. And this is what I've heard. What they've told me is if you take away their ability to use their own images, they won't use it. And I can't say, well, they should never have had the ability to use their own images. That's fucking insecure and stupid because that's already the way it's been. It's been that way for years. And I'm the new guy who's now, shaking his hand at the, cloud or whatever, saying you shouldn't do that. That's a bad thing. And they're like, well, we're going to do it. And if you can't make it happen, then we're not going to use it. And so they're exploring all these options. And I'm like bending things all over the place and seeing what ways I'm twisting and turning and breaking them so that they can use customize, quote, their own images. But really what's happening is they actually don't know how to make their own images. So under the covers or, whatever, the underground is like coming to other people and having them help them make their images. And then they throw their image up and their image doesn't work or has a problem or it's insecure and nobody's vetting the images at all. There is no one in our organization vetting these images. It's absolutely a disaster. And I can't say that. I'm sorry. I'm like dirty laundry airing. I shouldn't do that. It pisses me off because I'm the new guy and I can't say you're doing this wrong because I'm the new guy. Even though I've been trying to learn how to do it right. Yeah. Upload through a pipeline. I think that's what I suggested. I suggested that they should upload through the pipeline, that we should create a process and that they should send us a Git repo and they could say, okay, show us your Docker file and your images and we will vet it and we will add your image to the list in the standard profile list that you can use and then anybody can use it. That's what I wanted to do. And they don't want that. They don't want that. They want to be able to give them the idea of just piping in their own images. So, and if I go back to them and I say, look, it's too hard to do, and not only that, it's insecure, they're going to say, you just can't do it. And I actually want to be able to say, no, I actually can do it. It's pretty easy, but it's not as easy as you think, and it's not going to be done right. How many images are they randomly spinning up? Over 100. My people don't even know how to maintain a Python environment, let alone exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I know people. This is the thing, they don't know. They don't know, and so and then the problem is if this actually comes back to bite us, who are they going to point at to figure out? They're going to come after me if something goes wrong. They're going to come after me if something goes wrong. They're not going to come after the people that are making the shitty images. They're going to say, why did you let these people publish images without any vetting whatsoever? And say, well, that was not my decision. That's what I'll say. I'll say that, I don't know. Ask whoever was before us. Ask whoever who set up the batch process. Because that's not cool to do that. I don't like it. So, I mean, the other thing too is about using the standard images is these images are vetted by the community. This isn't, so we get to leverage all the efforts of the community as opposed to the efforts of, a few isolated people within our company that may or may not have time to properly vet it or in the experience. And sometimes it's not always good the JupyterHub community has proven over and over again that they don't know shit about really serious, important things, that they're mostly academics doing data science stuff, and they have not even a bare bones understanding of Linux and containers, and let alone Kubernetes. So, they end up doing things. I mean, the whole JupyterHub application is a clusterfuck of bad code. It is so fucking bad. And then the question is, well, you're going to let that community make decisions about what a proper image is. And when their base image insists on installing Conda and Mamba in order to even just get, JupyterHub installed, which it didn't even need to do in the fucking first place, which I'm about to prove. That's why I'm dead set on proving that they didn't need to do this, because their base image is shit. You don't need to do Mamba in here to get the proper image. You didn't need to make all these unnecessary dependencies. Mamba, which depends on Conda, which depends on this, which depends on NPM, which depends on X and Y. They needed to just be able to you should remove all the layers of complexity. You're just making things more dangerous. And then they write, fix whatever. So I guess I'm getting a little bit frustrated because I can't follow their own code. I don't know where port 888 is coming from, because there's at least 5 different places that they store configuration information. And I don't know which ones are being loaded by default and which ones are being loaded with -F explicitly. And so I can't tell how come my little rendition of this is not pulling up port 888, because I don't know where it's being set. So I'm going to continue to look for it. And the thing that really pisses me off is occasionally people go, oh, it's super easy. JupyterHub's super easy. Just install Notebook, JupyterHub, and JupyterLab and just run configuration import. You're done. I'm like, no, you're not fucking done. There's a ton of other things you have to do here to make it work with the spawner. Safely, even better, because the spawner actually runs as a user. I would never actually do that any other way, by the way. Yeah, if you're even like thinking of doing this, I wouldn't even consider doing this without doing what they call an extra thing to run it under the user accounts, because otherwise you're going to have people doing stuff in the main cluster without. So I'm going to tell you, if there's one thing, if you listen to all this shit that I've said, there's one thing that I just cannot overwhelmingly recommend to you. Make sure to get enable user namespaces to work, because it is your only safety net. Because if you don't do this, it will all run under the application namespace. So all of those shitty images that people are writing and everything, or anything that could possibly go wrong in JupyterHub while they're running it, if they break out, they would break out into the namespace of, they would not break out into the application namespace. They would break out into their own user namespaces. Let me show you what I mean. So like if I run a data science notebook, and this will spawn just fine. Watch what it does though. It'll run, if it were easy, they don't need us, so don't complain, it's official. I've heard that so many times. Yeah, it's like, hey, just be happy, it's your job. That's why it's job security. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. So what I'm trying to show you here is like, this is a spawned pod. So this is running, I do get pods on the namespace for JupyterHub. This is the entire JupyterHub application, right? It has a hub, a proxy, and some schedulers. And you'll notice there's no user thing running there, even though I'm running a spawn pod right here to support this, right? So in order to see that, you just have to set it, because of the way I have it set up, you have to set the Jovian namespace. So this is the user namespace. So I simulated a user. There's a user Jovian, and pretend that's an actual user, right? And the really important thing here is that this spawn container is running under the user's personal namespace. That means if they fuck up anything, it only affects the user's public personal namespace. It also means you can put tags, tolerations, and quotas, and limits, and all that stuff. GPU, OPA, gatekeeper policies. All of that stuff can be applied to the user, and it applies to their spawn. Now that makes it a little bit harder to set up because you have some more proxy communication you have to set up because these are technically in a different place. They have a different IP, and all that stuff's in my values file. It took a long time to figure that out. We had to disable Istio, for example, because it's technically it's in the cluster, but it's in a separate network because it's running under the user's namespace instead of the application namespace, which therefore is in a different scope, network scope, and you have to allow them to talk. And so you have to, and that's where the whole 888 thing proxy comes in. So, but the good news with that is that thing is running safely. It's running as safe as possible running under a really locked down user namespace, which may end up causing problems later on because it's not going to give them enough access to all the CPU they want to use, etc. We don't know. So that's what's up. And the reason I'm having trouble right now is because that all of that communication is dependent on port 888 running, and I can't get my base images to run port 888, which means I'm going to be digging on this tomorrow again. Because there's something about the configuration is not pulling up. Meetings. What did you? Will you do a Zet of your Telos meeting if you were allowed to? Yeah, I did have a Telos meeting today. Did you talk to them by chance? Yeah, I had a really great Telos meeting today. I met with Katie, Steve, and Andrew. They were all there. I was really impressed. I was super encouraged by that meeting. Yeah, I'll talk more about that tonight a little bit later. Kind of winding down here. I feel like I need to give this a break. We still haven't cracked the nut. We have very close to the most minimal. This whole entry point shit that we figured out really was a huge breakthrough, but we still need to figure out how to get it to run on port 888. So if you didn't have namespaces working, you'd be crossing your fingers hoping someone doesn't crash the whole ship. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean they would be running on the same namespace and stuff. I mean, worst thing they could do, it's Kubernetes, right? The worst thing they could do is take down the JupyterHub main instance, the hub, and then it would just reboot because it's under Kubernetes management. It'd probably be fine. But yeah, I like it. I like that it has, spawner stuff. I mean, when I think through it, I actually realize it's not as bad as I originally said because it's Kubernetes, and I'm still thinking like an old school admin. I have to catch myself because I'm still working with the mental model of an old school admin. Like, oh my God, this person would go crazy on this system and it would block everybody else. That's not how it works, right? Because even if it were all coming from the same namespace, it would be separate. It would be a separate pod and a separate container, and it would not affect hub. It would have to do a lot because those are all separate containers. So even if they didn't run in a separate namespace, it would be much better than running on the same server, of course. Mathematica now with Python mixed in Jupyter. Nice. Super pretty. Yeah. Are you running it from inside of Yep. Yeah, you're running your plain old localhost 80,000 thing. Yeah. That's the standard. This is the standard way to do it. But that's just you, right? And you run it. So why am I doing this and not doing what Frank's doing? Because what you're doing with Frank is he's running his own personal JupyterHub server for him. And what I'm trying to do with the Kubernetes thing is be able to allow people to launch their own servers anywhere in the enterprise and allow anybody to just click on launch and have it launch, as opposed to doing the few steps it takes to install it. Run. There's a lot of people doing that still internally as well. They just run it locally, and they run. The whole point of JupyterHub is to be able to have multiple people use it at the same time. It's designed for schools and organizations to just get JupyterHub without having to do any installation and stuff. And that's that's where this whole, request is coming from. So yeah, once again, I'm going to go back to the Docker file. So this is the file that was running. And if I go back here, there's nothing that indicates anything is running. Let me go connect again. So here we have, this suggests that this is where JupyterHub was started, from this directory. And yeah, but then we also have etc which has got these configuration files in it that I copied there, but I don't believe they're being read. Honestly, I don't believe they're getting read, and I don't have any way to confirm that. Because if they were being read, I mean, I guess I could do JupyterHub port. And there's like server app, and there's like a thing in the Docker file that says, hey, we got all these different versions. And now they have notebook app, server app. Maybe I need to run a different ECF grep JupyterHub. Jupyter. Nope, it's not running. Okay, so let me run another one. Mathematica kernel. Oh, I don't know. So, you could ask Wolfram. He's on right now. Frank, go ask Wolfram himself directly in chat. He's on. The guy who made Mathematica. He's streaming right now. So let's do that. Hi. Let's do, I mean, let me try something else. Let's do JupyterHub. Jupyter server config. Starting proxy 888. No, let's do an 8000 again. It just completely, totally ignores it. Yeah. All those warnings about SSL are stuff that I've had normally anyway, so that's not a problem. I honestly don't know how to change the port. I don't. And I don't know why it's not running. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder if I could get on the spawner. Yeah, let's do this. I have an idea. I think I have an idea. So if we do, yeah, where's my thing? I can actually use the Joven instance for this. Yeah. I can just stay in the graphic interface. It's annoying as hell, but whatever. Wait, where are you? All right, so let's watch your eyes here. Sorry about that. Actually, let's turn it down. You can change the theme. Yeah, JupyterLab dark. There we go. So I'm trying to see what's running over here. All right, so this is what. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I didn't expect to see that. So that's what ultimately ended up getting run over here. Oh, that's even more fucking confusing. You know what that means? Oh my God. That means that the INI stuff this is being fucking ignored. That these are the arguments that are passed to it, but this is ultimately when it's actually running. All right, I think I know what's going on now. I think that command is actually being executed. I do. I think the command is actually being executed. I think all of that shit that we were talking about having args take over the command is full of crock. And I was a little bit, leery on that being true, saying it was true or not. And I actually have pretty objective evidence that that's not true at this point. So that means that we do have to pull in. I mean, there it is right there on black and white. So this is what ends up getting run on the system. And we know that the arg that's being passed to it is getting massaged into something else. And one retweet. What's that? There's the physics concept. Yeah. So Yeah, well, he's an academic. Skip. So here's what I'm talking about. So if we go into wait, where's my kubectl stuff? Damn it, did I lose it already? Yeah. Okay. Look. What? Did I get rid of my hub already? Yeah, I guess I did. Actually, no. Let's do this. Let's do. Docker env. All right. No hub. Fine. Dash nj hub. All right. So this this is a lie. So those args are passed to something that modifies them into this. And I don't know what that is, but that is what's doing it right there. And you'll notice it even calls it on the port on the command line. Check it out. Single user notebook. This command line that actually gets run is being run. And there we go. Conda apt conda bin python JupyterHub single user. Oh God, this is more convoluted than I thought. Yeah, because it's putting. We have a. This looks like we have a hard Conda dependency. This is super important for me to discover this. This looks like we have a really hard Conda dependency. So that means the base image is actually the best you're going to get. That's a huge conclusion, and that's going to save a lot of time for me. This thing too, the fact that it runs JupyterHub single user, which probably is calling this indirectly. In fact, I know it is because it's PID 7 and that's apparent from 1. That's exactly how it's doing it. Means that there is a program that we're not finding here called JupyterHub single user that's getting loaded onto the system. And I don't know if that's automatically already on the system or not. That's what I'm going to go test right now. So if I go over back to where's our Docker image. So if I do JupyterHub single user, I bet it's not even here. Oh, it is there. Interesting. All right, so okay, this is making sense to me even more now. That means this right here is pretty objective evidence that the command is not being wiped out by the args line. This is not happening. That this args line is actually being translated into the command. So here's a Docker file, right? So if you go look at the run or the entry file, so I'm so glad we're looking this up because I was confused. Because I was like, people telling me that the args were blowing out this part right here, but that's actually not true. It's not true at all. Because here's how I know. Because this is what actually is getting run, JupyterHub single user, and there is no reference to JupyterHub single user coming in there, especially not even from the kubectl line. This kubectl is passing this. That means something else is running. That's transforming this arguments list into this TNI line, specifically to this. And this has got a lot more arguments on it. That's where the port 888 comes from. That's where that port 888 is coming from right there. So something else is transforming that, and it is not. So I'm going to start with what I think, what I was, the path I was going down before, which I happen to think that this is probably because the start line is actually being run. So the start single user line is actually being run, which is great because that's what I reported, and I start notebook.sh. So this, I have a feeling that what actually happens is all those arguments are passed to this, and then that transforms into arguments that get passed to this. That's the best I can hope for. So start-notebook.sh. So we got to look at this. Start dash notebook. There's got to be a transformation happening someplace. Something that's messing with the titles. So restartable, yes. Wrapper. JupyterHub token API. Launched by JupyterHub. The single user entry point. Wait, what? JupyterHub is running this? Wait a second. No, it's not. User local bins, start single user.sh. There isn't a start single user.sh. There's Jupyter-single user. What? Enable lab. Oh, this is JupyterHub API token. Otherwise, use enable lab. I haven't start. There is not one of those either. You know why? Because those are copied over. Yes. Okay, this is starting to make sense. Yep, those get copied over. Yep. Okay, so this is copying start to stage start. So those are actually more relevant than I thought. So this we have to look at this. Start single user is the one that obviously gets called. There's a notebook args 0. There's your IP 0, and then here's the notebook args, and the notebook args are coming. This is the 888 stuff. Notebook dir. I have a feeling that this tells it to look in there for the arguments. JP port, network args, notebook args equals port, JPY port, if dash in, JP port then, JPY port. No, otherwise it's going to pick it up someplace else. I don't know where we're going to figure out. Base for the hub prefix. JupyterHub notebook bin, JupyterHub single user. Okay, so it says start, and then it gives it the binary, JupyterHub single user with the notebook args. So there's the beginning of the transformation right there. So that says I want to start this, which implies that this is fucking getting called, and it's chopping up the arguments. It's just some crazy ass shit. I can't believe it's clusterfuck. What a horrible design this is. This is so fucking bad. So here it is. Execute the specified command or fallback to bash. So if it's past a command arg, then run all of those things. So in this case, it's being passed JupyterHub-single user. So let's see, run hooks, source scripts, run executable files in directory, running the hooks, for FN all the files in the hook directory .sh. So that would be JupyterHub.sh, etc. It runs all of those, and then done with the hooks. A user bin start notebook-d. Handle special flex for root. I have to change if it exists. Then echo the username change to user mod. Handle home working directory if the username changed. Yeah, this, okay, well, there you go. So this is hard coded to use the Joven account, or to use some other account if you provide it. So once again, the base directory is the base dash notebook image is required for JupyterHub. This is not some extra add-on shit. This is JupyterHub. This is JupyterHub, and JupyterHub does this stuff. That means you can't get around it without rewriting JupyterHub. That's what I'm doing effectively. So I have enough to suggest to back up my conclusion at this point. The conclusion is, if you're going to make an image, thou shalt extend the base image, the end. And anybody else who says, oh, you can just do this and install JupyterHub and be done, is like, okay, fine. Go look at the code and you make sense of it yourself. Like, well, what? Why isn't it running on port 888? Well, because it's passed as part of the single JupyterHub user information that has to go through the start program. So, yeah. And I gotta do some other tests here later tonight, but I have a feeling, look at this, it also has a hard-coded Conda dependency. So you cannot, JupyterHub requires Conda and Mava. You can't like sidestep it like I tried to do. You can't. It's built into it. It's another reason it's a bunch of shit, but it's hard-coded into it. Use local bin before notebook. Yep. And unless these start directories, I don't know. What I want to know is who gets the blame for this, right? So this is a base notebook, but this is just base start notebooks. This is not JupyterHub stuff. This is stuff for everything. It just so happens that that's part of the image. And they had to make images that would work with containers and that would work with JupyterHub. So in Kubernetes. Yeah, because there's, because this is where the 888 comes from, right? Git grep 888 is in the JupyterHub. It exposes the file, and then it JupyterHub config notebook app port app 888. But this file actually gets it gets copied and put all over different places besides that actual location. That's what the Docker file does. It puts all the files all over the place. So when you go over there, you're like, okay, well, where is this thing even going to go? And that also means that Start Notebook is being called by Kubernetes. That's now a hardened fact. I can prove it. I could prove it by touching a file or something. I should probably do that. I should do that. I should edit this just to prove that this actually gets run. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that just to prove it. It's like a version of this is like observability sort of thing. I'm gonna prove it by building my own image with a hack in it, just printing out to a file, just to prove that file actually got included and run in a Kubernetes deployment. So this is actually the new hot thing is tracing and observability right now. And this is why, because I have no idea what's going on all these different pieces. So that would mean that single user, so the Docker file has a command and start entry point, which up until very recently I thought was being ignored through the args that are being displayed here, when in fact now I believe that these args are being passed to the default command, which is being added to the thing, and that's causing JupyterHub to be replaced. It has an exec, and it replaces it with Jupyter single hub user, which is what ends up getting run. Either that or when you run JupyterHub by itself, it detects to run in single user mode. That's another possibility. In fact, I wonder if that's even observable. So could we actually look at that? If I go over here, I'm on, this is running on an image. If I run Jupyter by itself, oh, whoops. Which JupyterHub? Yeah, so here we go. Oh my God. This is where it does it. Look at this. Look at this shit. Oh my God. It's fucking around with the argument list. It is. It's fucking with the argument list. It adds the beginning. What is this? The regular expression. What? It changes it with the first. Wait. So it takes the first argument, which is JupyterHub, and changes it to be something else. Equals substitute. It looks like it chops off -script. Yeah, because it's telling us at the end of it says, yeah. At PYE, it gets rid of all this stuff and it takes over the system B. Yeah. It's replacing the name of the running application. Yeah, sorry for all the swearing, guys. You're going to use these. I'm going to fix your arguments. This is exactly what you're... as if it wasn't hard enough to know what was running, they actually messed with the argument names. I will never mess with my argument names again after seeing this. I don't think any of this is relevant. But I don't see it delegating. I don't see it delegating to single user. That might still be happening from JupyterHub.app in main. But it might also be happening in the other one, the start whatever, right? What I want to know, so these are arguments that are sent to JupyterHub, but somehow the thing that ends up getting run over here is this. It gets transformed. we know that TINI is the entry point. That's the entry point. And we know that the command, the start command is start Jupyter or some shit. Because that's in the image. That's in the base image. And this is, we know that this is the entry point. And we know, so one of two things is happening. This command line is being ignored and JupyterHub is being called, as would be suggested by this. In which case JupyterHub is fucking with the arguments and then delegating to this. That's possible. It's possible that JupyterHub is fucking with the arguments. We know it's not above it. And then it would send it to that. That's one possibility. The second possibility is, and by the way, if you run JupyterHub single user, you better hope the fuck you have Conda installed. Now, it ran Conda on this one because that's where Python was found. I have a feeling it would use the other Python even if it wasn't there. I do. I think it wouldn't necessarily have to have it be in Conda. I think this is just because of how this one was set up. I think we could actually get it to do that without Conda. So, but then the other possibility is that it actually is calling startnotebook.sh, which then also fucks with the arguments and says, I'm not really startnotebook.sh. Now I'm something else, Jupyter single user. And the only way we can tell that is if we look through Start Notebook and traced it. So if we look through Start Notebook and see what it does, all the munging with the arguments it does. So it starts up user local bin start single user. There you go. So, and you see how it does an exec? That's super important. Because it does an exec, that means it replaces its namespace with that program. I have a feeling this is the one that actually gets executed, but I can't say that for sure. I think it's start single user.sh. So now we can look into that program. So we look at start single user.sh, right? Here we go. And now this is interesting because this one sources start. Now, by the time, okay, so there's the transformation right there. JupyterHub single user. So so this is definitely running. This is definitely running. I have no doubt of it at this point, which is completely against what the SMB was telling me. So now I'm, it's bad enough. So this means what I'm concluding right now is that this args line does not take over this from the configuration line. It does not take it over. It is done in addition to it. That means that when Kubernetes fires off this, what it runs is it runs this entry point plus the command plus the arguments passed from the container template. That is super duper important to get your head around. And I have to be so sure of this before I proceed because but everything is suggesting that that's the case. Args pass by default. So, as that means also that we needed to have a TMD here, which we don't have. So now we have to have start whatever. We have to have that or we have to have some equivalent of it. You'd have to ask ask that question like on a Wednesday night. I'm kind of at work right now. I'm sorry. So yeah, there's definitely a command that has to go here. And because this is the stuff. Okay. So I have to repair. So this, I'm kind of in the middle of a thought process. It's very complicated right now. So I apologize for not answering right away. But what we've just discovered is that this is where the argument gets munged. But this is not an exec. It's a source. So that would imply that whatever this thing does, it's going to have an exec in it that's going to leave standing JupyterHub single user, which would then give us this line. This is the original entry point. And right here, it started out being start whatever, and then start. And then every single time it ultimately does an exec on single JupyterHub single user with all these new parameters. And so if we look in start.sh now, we shall see, yep, here we go, exec the command. There you go, there it is. Execute the command. So this does a bunch of stuff with root and looks at all the notebook stuff and make sure everything's okay. And then ultimately it runs exec. And because we know the command, we saw it was passed, this now becomes single JupyterHub single user with all those options that were passed and developed everything. We now know 100% with 100% surety that the command is not being ignored. That is really important for new people to Kubernetes to get. We know with 100% surety that that command is not being overrun by the arguments. That is false. And it's great too, because that means that arguments, which, to me means they're arguments to the command. And the only way to win over the command here would be to see a command, which is what always blew me away here. You would expect to see a command line here like that, right? Well, there was never one of those. It was just args, and it always threw me. And now I understand. It was actually as I originally assumed. Thank God. So what this means is that this is the command that is these arguments are being passed to the start single user.sh, which is then propagating so it runs through this whole thing, makes all its changes, which ends up calling start.sh. So okay, first of all, it runs start notebook. Let's do the whole thing. So it does start notebook. It goes all the way through here. We know it does start single user, so we can assume very, very safely that it's not doing any of this other stuff. All right. So it's going to start single user, which starts, so start notebook runs start single, actually execs. It's important that this exec is super fucking important, because when we do this, that means that the running process ID arg0 becomes this. That's super important, because once it runs that, then what? Then we run start single user .sh. It gets all the way through all this parsing and everything, and it gets down here and it sources this script. So this is as if this script had been typed into the same place. No exec. All right. So then we look at start here, because it does that because it has to pass all the environment to it. That's why it's doing it. And then it gets to the bottom of this thing. It runs this whole thing, transforms everything, looks around for stuff. It gets to the bottom and then indexes exec. But the command it was passed began with the original title, Jupyter-single user, which then becomes a new running process for this. K8S. And so we see that start notebook was transformed into start notebook was transformed into start-single user. So for a split second, we would have actually seen start-single user.sh there while it was running. And then by the time it got done, and then after it sourced start.sh, when start.sh stops, start.sh changes the name of the running process to JupyterHub-single user as it was passed from start-single user-sh. And then it gives it its arguments, and so we get this line. All right, so the reason I had to trace through all of that in my mind is because I now know, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that all of this stuff has to be included. It has to be included. You can't bypass it. If you wanted to try to bypass it, you would have to bypass everything up here, including all the references to the Conda directory and everything else, which are directly referenced from the JupyterHub source itself, which means you can't get off of the Conda dependency. There's no simplifying this clusterfuck of a piece of shit. You can't. It has to be done this way. That means the simplest you're going to get is what they say is the simplest you're going to get. This is the base. The official policy of the JupyterHub project is thou shalt use the base or extend the base and nothing more. If you try to go beyond that, you're on your own. And God help you if you are. Which means that they hard-coded MiniForge and Samba and all this other shit in here. There's no way I would ever use this in anything, but whatever. So, but I actually know everything that's going on now, and the only other thing I have to do, I really don't even need to do my test anymore. I was going to do a test to prove that the start single user was actually running, or start notebook was actually running. I can still do that test really quickly. It's pretty basic test. I just have to, at the bottom of here, I just have to just do something simple like touch temp, was here, and then I can actually rebuild this. Wait, when am I in here? What's my Docker DPS? Am I in Minikube? I'm in the other one. Nope, I'm in the other one. So I need to do I need to source my other Docker from my Minikube Docker env. So it actually writes to the Docker env, and I can do Docker build dot dash tag bork n The reason I'm doing this is because this should build. Yeah. And I'm going to do some proving here. So I'm extending the base image in order to just prove that it's going to run that start file, that it does in fact run that start file. That's good because I almost solidified a bit of false information into my brain. I'm really glad I didn't. Yeah, always, when in doubt, test it, man. Super important to do that. I have enough information to make a decision on this, so I have a feeling it means that they're going to probably go no on it because they have more customizability. We'll say, look, it's a thing, but you have to get your images approved, and if they don't like it, they'll say fine. And we'll have to see if they actually still want it after that. I mean, the ability for them to even type in their own images was a huge accomplishment. So I'm willing to, and we got so many other priorities we need to move. Mamba can bite me. Mamba can bite me. Lol. Why did it have to become about snakes, by the way? Why couldn't it have stayed about MoneyPython? Oh, I know. Copyright issues. So tagged bork latest is up. So I can actually, with all of that, I don't even have to redo this. I can go back and make a new server. Go back to hub control. I want a new server. I want bork server. I want it to be bork. And it should run no problem because it's just an extension of the base image. It should just pop right up. It should be really fast. Yep. Okay. Now, if I open up a terminal, and I should have in temp. Oh my God, it's not there. Where did it go? Is it in hub? Let me think. Maybe I don't have visibility to it. Did I not do it right? Docker file. JupyterHub. Start notebook. Oh boy. That means it didn't run. Wait a second. I'm confused. It should have been there. Wait, this used bork and not. But did it use the wrong image? Maybe I used the wrong. I think I might have used the wrong image. Yeah, let me try again. No. User-driven bork. Maybe the temp got wiped. I don't know. Jupyter Love Cache bork. I think temp got wiped because there's nothing in there at all. Yeah. I wonder if I were to do, well, let's do this. Touch was here. Yep. I'm gonna have to rebuild that though. So that was start notebook. Did I get that right? And the other possibility is that that's not being run and it's being overwritten by the JupyterHub thing, and that JupyterHub itself is calling JupyterHub single user, start single user. That doesn't make any sense at all. So that would be very confusing. Either that or I didn't build the image right. That could also be. Maybe I didn't build the image right. I didn't tag it. Did I not tag it right? You know what? That's probably what it was. No, I did. I tagged it right. Tagged bork latest. I wonder if it doesn't know about that image yet. I wonder if that's the problem. Let's try. Let me try. This is my check. Dismag on C64 called Mamba. Cool. Stop server. Stop you. You can both stop servers or stop. Those spawns are going to go away. I'm wondering if it's the image. Start server. Yeah, wait till it stops the other one. And yeah, this is gonna be a real reality check. Come on. I'm not impressed with JupyterHub as a thing. Of course, I don't like graphic interfaces at all anyway. Hello. Yes, launch server, please. I want Bork. Please give me Bork. Run a terminal. Oh, it's because I have a persistent volume control. That's right. That's why I can't see anything. Yeah, it's because it's mounting me in the the thing that runs doesn't even run within this file space because it hasn't been mounted yet. So creating files and stuff is not going to be effective because it doesn't work because it's not in the persistent. Yeah, that's what's up. It would have to be. It's not in home Joven. It would be in some other file system. Yeah. So I do find /name was here. I doubt there'll be anything. Nope. I still think it's running. I just have no way to prove it. I don't have a way to prove it. I guess I could set environment variable because that'll persist because that's the whole point of it. Yeah. I have to see this with my eyes. I won't believe it until I see it. I'm pretty convinced, but this is like the one test. Several Gills test was here. Start single user. Launched by JupyterHub. Use single user entry point. Wait, what? This is interesting. Does this mean that JupyterHub itself launches single user.sh? Launched by JupyterHub. No. This is just a comment on this, but they put the comment inside of the block just like Python people do. Uh-huh. All right, so that means we've got to do some other crazy shit. We've got to do we have to, I have to do something in here. And because it's doing an exec, I'm going to pass an environment variable. Export was here. I have to prove this. It's driving me crazy. Equals yes. The whole point of this is to persist the environment. So if this actually builds properly, which it might not be, that might be the problem actually. See, I think I might be not getting the build to actually work. Yeah, step 2. Yeah, you know what? It didn't. You know what? It didn't. It didn't do it because I changed the file. Wait. Command start using cache. Copy. Did it do the copy new? Copy to JupyterHub to Etsy Jupyter. I mean, this is how we'll know. Actually, no. I could do that. It would be. Wait, no. User local bin. Yeah, let's go back. Yeah. CD user local bin. Start notebook. No VI? Fuck you. Start notebook was here. Okay, so it's definitely getting the file. Now, did it run it is the question. And that I don't know. Well, let's try something else. Okay, so I mean, I know it's, I have to have this for my own sanity. I have to have this in here. It's driving me nuts. I want to make sure I know what's going on with the kube control stuff. I'm going to just export what's here from here. Build that again. Yep, bork. And get rid of this guy. Delete. Stop. Come on. It doesn't say to wait. I wish it did. You have to sit here and wait. People like banging on the stop when really they just need to wait around. Start. It hasn't stopped yet. Launch. Bork. Run bork. And we can go check the file. User local bin should have start notebook in here. Cat start notebook. It should have was here. Echo was here. No. That's defying my reality. Because that means that file was never executed. Then how the fuck does it get... How does it get this then? How does it get that from this? God damn, this is so crazy. This is what's being passed as the arguments. That's the container. And from those arguments, it ends up running this. Which means the only thing I can figure is the JupyterHub itself. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I can't trace what's being executed. Because this is clearly not what's being executed, right? Where the fuck is that coming from? I could have swore I just traced it. This is suggesting that this file is not even executed. So this is equivalent of putting a print in a run statement. So that's telling me the start notebook is not being executed. Even though that's what the fucking Docker file says is the first command. That is the first command in the Docker file right there. It's like, oh, I don't know, man. This is insane. I'm going to lose my shit on this. This is just fucking insane. Here's the base notebook. Here's the Docker file. This is what it says is going to run. So it's running notebook. It says it should be running notebook SH. The thought before was that, and maybe that's right, is that these arguments take over the command. That this command is no longer observed. It gets ignored. Now I thought for sure the start notebook was getting run, and then this stuff was like being a part of the execution, and it was like doing it. It's possible that it's not propagating the environment, but then I have no way to persist a file to see whether it's actually doing anything. And I guess, is there no temp? What is temp? Is temp a part of a tempfs? I mean, yeah, I just don't get it. I really don't. I mean, else if Jupyter enable lab, we are using lab. So maybe that's it. Maybe start single user is not being run, but either way, it should do it, right? Wrapper Jupyter lab. Let me try something here. I just don't get it. So that's absolutely, I can't not see that though. So I hope I just made an error in how it's doing the printing, because that will help my worldview stay intact. Because it's just fucking insane. Yeah, I don't know. So it'd be, I'm in the base notebook. So start single user. We know. Okay, so I mean, maybe that the only possibility would be that would mean that this is being run away or something. Exec user local bin start single. We know it's changing the file and it's putting it in there. Restart because yes, wrapper 1 run constantly. Launched by JupyterHub single user entry point. Jupyter enable lab. I mean, how do we even know if these things happen? Wrapper, right as the wrapper. Run 1 constantly. Ooh, how about that? Wait. Run 1 constantly. Oh, maybe that's what's up with run 1. And every time it runs, it rewrites it. And so it throws out the environment. Even though it exported the environment, it should have taken it. I don't know where it's getting that. Maybe, okay, so, I mean, I need a way to create a persistent file that I can find. So I can prove it's actually doing what it says it's doing. I mean, is there a /temp? There is, but it's not being written to. I mean, that would imply that that file is not running at all. So I don't know, man. This is really blowing my mind. bin-l, that's me. Okay, so start notebook doesn't seem to be running. You know how we'll really know? Watch this. I'm going to break it. I tried to write on the directory. It wouldn't do it. It won't let me write anything to the directory at all. If it's doing it, it's like resetting it and it's remounting it a new thing, which I think it is doing because it's using persistent volume control claims. I think because it's using persistent volume claims, what's happening is it's actually writing to it and it's getting overwritten because it's remounting the root drive on everything with a persistent volume mount. So I think that's what's happening, and there's no way, which means that if I try to put something in a file, it's not there. So I try to do the export environment, and I think the environment's being thrown away. So the only thing I can do right now is cause it to fucking fail. So if this kills it, this means that I've been successful. If this doesn't kill it, then it means this file is never being run on this system at all. And that would confirm the thing. So this is like a real draconian way to test this, but I don't care. So where's my bork? Got to rebuild this. Unless, oh God, please tell me. No. We're still using the app Minikube. Okay, I thought for a second maybe I was using a different environment. So all right, we're going to throw this one out again. So stop my server, wait around for that. Yeah, I tried to just do a touch on the file in the directory and didn't do it. I didn't create an temp. I did it in the root directory. I did a find against the entire file system. It didn't find it. So the touch failed, or it worked on the underlying system and then it got mounted over, in true Linux fashion. So bork is going to come up, and I expect that this is going to fail. I mean, the right to write. Yeah. I don't understand. Why is this still running? Is it because the files were already there from the previous file persistent claim? I bet that's it. I bet that is it. Oops. There is this exit right there. I don't think this is happening. I think That means that program is not running. I don't know what else to say. I really don't. That is so confusing to me, though. That is just so fucking confusing to me because that means the program's not running at all. Either that or it's not running lately. You know what I mean? What if I were to do? I wonder if I have to do the whole thing again because it's something to do with the persistent volume claim. That's what's going on. The volume. I have a feeling that file mount is what's causing the problem, and I might have to do this twice because I think that it's not using the old file to get it up and running, and then it brings it up and it copies the file over, but it doesn't get a chance to overwrite it. So that's one possibility. I doubt it. I have a feeling. Yeah. It should not be working, I'm telling you. So it's definitely changing the file and everything, and then it's still. I wonder if it's because that file is being called by hub and hub has to be restarted. That doesn't make sense either, right? Because it has to make a new image for the new container. Yeah, the only thing I can do here is like totally take the whole thing down. I think I'm going to do that. If I do that though, I'm going to have to take care of the image itself. Okay, it's not running it. It's not running it. It's got something else in its head. Hey, my family's being loud. All right, so let's go back to this. So let's go back and do. I don't think it's running that file. I don't think it's running the files. Oh wait, why do I have all these? Let's get rid of them all. All right, let's try to totally reset the JupyterHub instance. I should not have any spawners going. So get pods. Just njhub. Yeah, and the proxy's fine. The hub should be fine. Let me make sure. Let's see if I have any in the Jovian thing. Yeah, we still have one of those. Let's go ahead and kill that. So, delete Jupyter. Nope. Delete Jovian. What is that? That's a pod. Jovian. There's something going on with the older image. That's the only thing I can conclude. Because it happens when the image is spun up. And for some reason that spin up is not getting detected. I don't know why. So dash jhub. All right, so let's do a rollout restart. Rollout restart. Deploy hub. Watch get pods. Oops. Dash NJ hub. Jeb. All right, so we got we've got more to do here. We got the hub running. All right, let's try to open up a fresh one. This is confusing me, so I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. Be open. There we go. And fork. And starting the container notebook. Now it should just exit out if it has to run that file, but obviously it's not running the file, and it still has a persistent volume claim. I think the PVC is the problem. Honestly, I really do. I just don't have any way of proving it, even though that file is new. Start notebook. It's a brand new file. Like it's the file. Oops. All right. So we've got the file. It goes ahead and exit. That means this file is irrelevant. And if the file is irrelevant, then that means one of two things: that what SMB was saying was true, that JupyterHub takes over that command and it's not running. But that would mean that the JupyterHub command itself is responsible for respawning as something else. Because ultimately this is what ends up running over here. We get this TINI running. So I don't see where this fucker comes from, unless that's coming from JupyterHub itself. Like if JupyterHub is spawning it off, but we've tried that in the past and it hasn't worked. And we also have to explain, well, where is it getting 888 from? So, I mean, the other way, obviously, to test this is to actually fuck with the JupyterHub code, which I can't do because that's installed off of pip. So, I mean, unless I did it in the image change, yeah, I could do that. I mean, just to have a sense of sanity here, because I mean, the file is exactly the same. Yeah. I don't get it. If this is true, I could like not even include the file and it should still run just fine. Yeah, watch. This means I could probably fuck with it even more. I could go to here and I could say, not that one. Base notebook. We could say, we could go to the Docker file. We could say, look, I don't even want the fucking files. If this doesn't fall apart when I do this, then then we know for a fact that that's what's up. We don't need any of those files. If we don't need any of those, if this still runs, then we absolutely know that it's just using Jupyter by itself. Yep. And it doesn't use any of the start notebook stuff. Unless this stuff is going to be called by JupyterHub, in which case we'll get an error. All right, let's try that. That's because this is freaking me out. Plus, this will also give us another idea about how to do the other stuff. So, all right, so we should have start a server. Work. Unless it's caching the servers, that's another possibility too, and I don't know. Let's look at that too. File it up, just no problem. Look at that. All right, well that confirms it for sure. I mean that confirms it for sure because the files aren't even there. I mean, come on, the files are not even fucking there. So there's no way those files got run. That is okay. Well, that locks it down. And now I know exactly what's happening. Okay, so command is getting overtaken by the arg command, which means JupyterHub is getting run, which JupyterHub itself is switching over to JupyterHub-single user. Something in JupyterHub is doing that I have no control over. And all of the rest of the shit can be eliminated. So this actually might be a good thing, because we just ripped apart a big piece of the puzzle and it still worked. So maybe that's the way to do this. Maybe we need to whittle away at this standard image and keep deleting things until we break something. That might be the way to go. I mean, I can get it all back. It's a GitHub repo, right? So let's get rid of fixed permissions and start notebook. Now let's just mess with the Docker file, right? Because the Docker file is the thing copying all this stuff over. So let's get rid of this copy and see if that's used. I have a feeling it's not. Yeah, we're like really ripping shit up. We don't need any of that. Don't need that. Don't need that. In fact, I'm going to just fucking delete it. I don't even care, because I can just get to it later. So we don't need this. And working directory home. Okay, we'll leave that. So fixed permissions. We don't have a fixed permissions. We got rid of it. Oh, I see. It was using. Wait, did we copy fixed permissions up here? We must have. Yeah, we had to have. Right? Copy fixed permissions. Okay, I guess we'll keep that. I guess we have to keep that one. All right, so yeah. Are you compiling Gentoo yourself? No. No, this isn't Gentoo. This is a container image for JupyterHub. User and Python version default, make directory user work, fixed permissions, tell it work. All right, so look at that. Work directory is temp. Install Conda as Joven and check the SSH provider and download. Okay, mini Conda. So this is all good. JupyterHub lab, we got all that on there, so it uses Mamba to install it. Something in here is setting port 888, and I don't know what. That's what we're trying to get to. So let's see if we broke it. I'm gonna go build it again. And I mean, assume that that's a new build, but it's always hard to know. Get rid of this, log out. My own base Linux, I just Populous. I don't give a shit about my Linux distro. I've been there, done that. So I am going to do an LFS later. Again, I just talked to the Intellis guys. They got me all interested in LFS again. So I might do that after I get Kubernetes certified. So Jupyter Jovian. That's the first time it did that though. That was interesting because that was a little bit different. So Bork. I mean, it just works. Steam works. Everything just works. OBS works. I don't want to fuck with Linux. There's other things I would rather fuck around with. My desktop system, I don't want to mess with it. Wow, that's interesting. That like changed all the themes back again too. But it still worked. Look at that though. It threw out our other, look at that. It threw away our persistent volume claim. Very interesting. Very interesting. Why did it do that? Yeah. That threw out my persistent volume claim. Something to do with the user account. Uh-huh. Anything in temp? Nope. Close the terminal. Terminal touch file. And that should show up in my, wait, that's, oh, there it goes. Okay. So it's there. So yeah, we just ripped the shit out of this repo and it worked. I had this Docker file. Yep. So yeah, Mamba install work directory temp install Conda as Joven. Set that by default site. Mamba force install possible options. So something in this configuration is setting port whatever 333, and I don't know where that's coming from. Oh wait, I know. We can go look at the JupyterHub. Why didn't I do this already? God damn it. User local Etsy JupyterHub. Where is it? I don't know where it is. It's yeah. So what do we got here? Here's all our config files. Here's a Conda can bite me. Conda, schmonda, such shit. I hate it. 3.9. I don't want all the Conda files. I want the grep. Whoa, that's a lot of files. All right, fine. I think it's config.py. Shit. No, it's definitely user. Warning, name matches path. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's do path. Huh. Slash, let's do find goes to name, and we'll just filter. So then we want only stuff that begins with etc. Is it user? Oh, we want user. There we go. So auto load app port. Where the fuck is it? Wait, this is insane. This is what we want. User local etc that. It's not even there. What the fuck? That makes no sense to me. Because that's the container args that are supposed to be run. That means it's getting ignored. What was this deployment? Was this deployment for hub or for single user? It's hub, right? What if I'm looking in the wrong place? What if the whole thing is running on hub and not the single user spawners? No, I can't that can't be. I mean, it's possible, but there's no configure at all. Jupyter configure py. Yeah, I think that might be it. Oh my god. I think I might be mixing up hub and single user pods. I think that's what's happening. Yeah, I think yeah. I mean, that's the only thing I can figure. That means the spawner settings are being set to something else in pub before it spawns it. Yep. Oh, fuck. So that means it has nothing to do with the base image. Oh my god. That is just that blows my mind. That means I have to look in the image for the hub. Yep. That means I'm probably looking in the wrong image completely. Because we have to look in whatever container runs. We have to, okay, what is it? So what is this thing? What is this actual image? JupyterHub, K8S hub. There we go. That's the one we need to look at. Yep. Yep, we need to go look at this right now. That would solve so many mysteries. I'm getting really tired. I don't want to sign in. K8S hub. Container, clear search. Okay, yeah, fine. Tags. Let's push. Where's your source code? I have a feeling this is it. I just have to find the source for it. Where's the Docker file? I need you, Docker file. Tags, yes. Give me your Docker file. Here we go. Add file. Command bash. There's where all the NB user stuff is set. That's where it all set. Run Joven. 1,000 copy requirements. Pip overrides. User Joven. Expose map. Expose map. Anyone TCP/IP. Tools run. Shipping user. Command JupyterHub -- config. So I think JupyterHub does its own spawning. That means that we cannot extend it. Yep. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Yep. Yeah. Fuck. That's the actual command that ran. That's why we were saying args got overtaken. Yep. So when the spawner runs, how does it run that pod? That means the spawner is starting, the cube spawner is running the pod, and how the pod gets called from the cube spawner is very specific. And that's probably a cube spawner setting. Let me go see if I can find it. So cube spawner. I mean, there's a document on this. Let me go find it. So cube spawner class. This is super big and hard to understand. It spawns pod in a Kubernetes cluster. Each server spawned by a user will have its own Kubernetes spawner instance. This tells you how to state hooks and everything. The command used to for starting the single user server. Provide either a string or a list containing the path to the startup script command. Extra arguments other than path should be provided via args. This is usually set if you want to start a single user server in a different Python environment with virtual. Some spawners allow shell style expansion. If set to none, Kubernetes will start the CMD that is specified in the Docker image being started. Well, that explains it. But then we just deleted it and it didn't do it. Because we deleted out the image. Keep spawner common labels Zix. Start the CMD that is specified in the Docker image being started. So yeah, we got rid of it. We got rid of it. So how did it work? We got rid of it. There is no CMD. So does that mean it's just going to use the default CMD? Yeah, it still worked. Very odd. I wonder if it would work even without the entry point. That would just blow my mind. Because it would use the default entry point, which I don't know what that would even be. I'm gonna have to delete this image and then redo it because I don't believe this image is actually working. But we're gonna try it. All right, so JupyterHub, take you back, log out, stop. Yep, this is a big one. I need to go away. Start my server. I mean, it doesn't even have an entry point now. So how the fuck can it start anything? But it did. It started something. How the fuck is it starting that? I think hub needs to be restarted. That's what I think. I don't know, but that's the only thing I can figure. All out, restart, hub. It just doesn't make any sense. It just does not make any sense. Just make me log in again. Nope. Fuck. What the fuck, people? Oh, I know why. Yeah. Because the layer is still up. Yep. The single user stuff is up still. That's why I did that restart. Yeah, service available. I have a feeling it's gonna not start now. K get pods dash hjhub. Oh, N. Yep, it hasn't come back yet. There it is. All right. Well, now it came up. That was weird. Oh my god. How the fuck are you doing that? All right, I gotta kill the spawner. That's because the spawner was the other spawn instance was up, so we have to like kill that one. Because it was still cached. So we'll let that one go and see if the hub knows what to do now. Seriously, I killed the entry point of the image. The image has no entry point. So and it's not cached on the server. Uh-oh, what's that? Hello. All right. Check 1, 2. I am totally. This does not even fucking have an entry point at this point. So either the image isn't there, or I mean, it's the same one. I'm gonna remove the image. Let's force -F. And that should have killed this guy. Actually, no, he was running with a spawned image. No, he's still there. He's got it cached or some shit? What the hell? Yeah, because it was a container. So that I just removed the image while the container was still using it. Yep. So D. So, yeah, there it is. JupyterHub-config. Whatever that one is. So that's the hub. That one should go away. Why is it still there? So does JupyterHub cache the running images and just reuse them? It must be. That's the only thing I can figure. It is. Look. Look, it's got the teeny one and it's got a JupyterHub one. So apparently, if you get rid of the TINI, it'll still run it. That is fucked up. I mean, I don't know what to say to that. Okay, I'm gonna kill it. That means JupyterHub is doing some magic behind the scenes. Yeah. What? What the fuck? Did it just spawn another one? It did, because I killed it, didn't it? Yep. Because Kubernetes is doing what it's supposed to do. It's like, what? You just killed it? Oh, we'll bring you another one back up. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Seriously, that's what it did. You watch. Get pod. Yeah, running 4 minutes. Okay. So I don't know which one that is. I'm just like randomly killing things. So I have a feeling it's caching the image on the endpoint though. And even though it's supposed to be using the same Docker thing, so the cached image is the one it keeps using. So that would mean, okay, wait, Docker I should say there should be no JupyterHub stuff over here. Schedule and everything is here. Controllers, caches. Okay. No. DPS crap. Jupyter. It still has one running. Who owns that sucker? So that is the hub. That's the hub process. It just will not fucking die. Watch, I'm going to show you. Watch get pods -nj hub. And up here, I'm going to kill it. Stop. Here, look, see? It's grabbing another one now. See it? It's doing this Kubernetes thing. It's like, oh, something happened with that image. Let's see if we can fix it for you. Like, no, I finally killed it. Thank God. So I killed the hub image on purpose. It's like, sorry. Oh, look, it's fixing itself now. It got a new one. It's fine. I'll grab another one. I'll grab this brand new one here. And that's Kubernetes for you. And then so data, but that makes it hard when you're dealing with, caching. So, yeah. Image pull back off. See, now it doesn't know what to do with the image. Because we've been fucking with the image. It was using a cache copy of the container images before. That's what it was happening. That's why, okay, that's what I wanted. This is what I expected to happen. Yeah, because, we've been really fucking with that image. There's no way that image should run right now. It has no entry point. But for some reason, we weren't getting a problem. So let's add back the entry point and see what happens. But I have a feeling that that we're not going to get anything. How's it going? So yeah, that makes me feel better because before I wasn't doing that. That means that our images weren't getting saved right, or the bad one was getting cached somehow. So I'm actually going to restart it quite slowly, try to fix it back. And let's go rebuild it. Yeah. Yeah. And such a mixed pork. What are you talking about? Oh, I already removed it, didn't I? Oh, so maybe that wasn't the problem. Oh boy, we got to change it back then. Yep. All right, so let's build this guy. Build pork. And now this is doing image pull back off. It might actually find it this time. Yep, here it goes. It's going to go pull a new one. It's got a new one. I can't talk. Sorry, are you going somewhere?
No, I was just looking at you.
I can't talk. I'm working. Stream, and I'm currently working on SQL database doing queries. Nice. All right, so let's do this. So it found a new image that we just updated. It ran it, and this is really fucking resilient. It's like it doesn't have to have anything in it. Because as you have, look at that. Look what that started this time. So this time it didn't use the tinny. It just started single user JupyterHub. That's super interesting. That means that JupyterHub that the image, if it's not given anything else, it will automatically start JupyterHub single user and will cover all of this stuff for you. Which makes me think that the images really don't have to be that complicated. Oh my God, this is a huge deal. This is a huge discovery. So if that's true, all you have to do is install JupyterHub. So then my question is, why is my other one not working? So I have a simple one here, right? This one should definitely be working at that point because I'm running everything there is. I can get rid of tinning. I don't need that. I don't need any of that other stuff. I shouldn't have to do any of that shit. But the problem it's going to tell me is it's going to say, I don't know where port 888 is. And that's because I'm doing something wrong with the discoverability here. So there's still something missing, but we've really been able to zero in on what that is. And that also means that JupyterHub was really confusing my perception of what was being run by Kubernetes because JupyterHub was actually fucking with the arguments. This has been a long run. I might have to cancel this after this. Let me go ahead and run this guy. So, what do we got? Which one am I? Okay. So I have a Bork file here. Where's my build? So docker build -t Bork. And yeah, so I'm going to try to run a new one. Dump my server. And we're going to go ahead and add this. Star server. This time I'm going to try to add Bork, but it won't work because it won't have port 888. And so we have to figure out where port 888 is coming from. Apparently it's being passed from JupyterHub though. So something, I mean, it's got to be Jupyter single user. I don't know what's going on. It should work. This might actually help because it should pass this. Here's JupyterHub is the thing that actually passes it. Restart failed container. See, but why did the container restart failed? See, this container has nothing different than the other one. It's the same exact stuff. It's just there's nothing on port 888. So when Jupyter Spawner tries to spawn it, it tries to pass that single user stuff from over here. Which that's a different one, so I guess not. And it has trouble with that. So restart. No joy. It's not going to work because it's got problems. So we're going to do d logs, k logs -n jovian and then what we want jovian Jupyter jovian. I mean, it hasn't spawned yet, so that's the problem. It wasn't able to spawn. Let's go see what the hub server logs are. JHub hub. So app terminals get API requests. So it doesn't see port 888 on there. Kernel specs. That's interesting. Wait. This is a different error. That's a way different error. Oh, we have a different error now. Yeah. A failing suspected API request, not running server. Interesting. That's a different error. So it's not getting the not found 888 error anymore. That's interesting. So what we have, API requests. Yep. Yeah, that's super interesting. Okay, so That might be enough to give us the hints that we need. Yeah. So, yep, dismiss started container notebook. Yep. There we go. Get spawn pending JupyterHub user Jupyter lab. Interesting. Spawn pending. Jupyter is pending spawn. Yep. And I need to go look at yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. I think because wait, did we kill the hub image? I don't think we did. No. I don't think it's gonna work. Because it's gonna yeah. It's we've killed the image a little bit too much. Yep. So if we go back to home, stop your server. This is the limbo you can get in from this, which makes me not even want to do it. Jupyter is pending spawn. Please wait, because it has to fail out. This is actually this limbo right now that I'm having right now is one of the biggest annoyances of this whole thing, because you can't do anything. You can't kill it, and if you have a beginning user, they also don't know what to do. So there's nothing they can do. So it says they have a server, but they don't actually have a server. But then if you go over here and do get pods for their namespace, they have a server usually. Jovian, or they don't, or it's like stuck in spawning a server and it can't do anything because it can't do anything with the image. The image is the thing that fucks it up. Yeah, this is really bad because this situation we're in right now doesn't time out. It finally times out. Okay, that finally timed out. Stream closed while handling. So it looks like it finally closed it. Now I should be able to run a good server now. Let's just make sure this is the one we know works. And make sure we didn't bork something else. But okay, so let's go ahead and kill this one. Still up control panel, stop server. And then what? We'll go ahead and refresh and just go with it, I guess. Start my server. Let's try. We tried Bork and it didn't work. And Bork will still work though. Which is I don't understand why it works. It's something about running the Mambo's version of the server that makes it work. Yep. But it's the command that it runs after I changed the entry point totally changed. You see this? It was smart enough to detect JupyterHub single user and to change all of these ports and stuff. And then that came from how it was spawned. That came from the command that was passed to it from the cube spawner. That did not come from anything in the image. And that is really important because the magic that goes on behind the scenes to make that happen in the cube spawner is totally impossible to trace otherwise. And it's been worth every single second of this research. It is not a simple matter to make an extension of the image. It isn't. I'm so close and I'm still going to keep going with this. We're missing something about the port. That's the only thing we're missing here. And since we have no visibility into the errors that are happening, we can't quite figure that out. Now, one way to go around that would be to start this and to use the same arguments like this. Single user notebook app.def. I don't even know what that is, right? Single user notebook app.def. So this is the next step after this. I'm going to close up today, but the next step for this is for us to copy this command and use that directly on a Docker image so that we can test to get it to run on the port and everything that we need. If we can't do that, then it's useless. Might as well not do anything. And we have to figure out where this is being called from. I suspect it's being delegated from Jupyter. But I don't know. But this is good information to know, because this is exactly what we're going to be using. We're going to practice this with our image without Kubernetes involved to see if we can get this to start up. Right now, if you were to do this, it wouldn't work, right? So like if I do, I mean, let's just do Jupyter saying, let's do this, okay? If I do that on the image, let's say I start an image. Let's say I go back to, let's just do a PS image. D, I mean, we already have an image running, right? So where is it over here? I can't remember. All right, fine. So if we make an image, if we make an image and we say, we already have an image. If we start one, if you say docker run-itd, what do we have over here right now? Do we have any? Okay, so we have Bork is still running, right? But Bork needs to go away. We need a new version of Bork, actually. Yeah, we got to do this because it pushed it to the internal Docker engine on Minikube, so I have to change that now. So now I need to do another build. So build. Let's build this as simple. Okay, so DPS, and that's Bork. We can kill Bork. We don't need him anymore. So D kill dash F. No, kill, no, not kill. RM, what do I want to do? Stop focused hertz. D RM focused hertz. All right, so D run dash IT ITD, and I just want to run that image. I just want to run the simple image without anything. I just want to run it with bash as the main entry point, which it should be by default. So then we can do dexec it, whatever this one is. I guess we could do, I mean, I could look for the name. So the name is now Stoic Limburg or whatever. So dexec it Stoic Limburg bash. So now we have bash in here, and this command we can now try. If I try this command, it should work, but I have a feeling it's not going to because it can't find all the pieces. Yeah, all right. Expected on argument. .def expected on an argument. So we're getting close. We probably need to go look at this proc. This is proc 1. So we can go into proc and look at the arg line on it. And cat command line. So there's the actual command line, the whole thing. Okay, so this is super cool. So URL equals a JupyterHub : proc 1. What? Wow. All right, so we had single user default URL equals lab Jovian at Jupyter. Interesting, /Jupyter. It's super fascinating here. This is why would I have proc 1 at the end? Jovian at Jupyter -Jupyter : proc 1. I wonder if that was a mount. Maybe not. Maybe that's the URL. Yeah, I need to see the full ES-EF on that. Oh no, never mind. That was something else. Okay, so right. So it's just default URL equals lab. All right, so that means that these are our arguments. So JupyterHub single user IP port single user app.default URL equals lab. So default underscore URL equals /lab. There we go. Did you launch it manually? JupyterHub API token env is required to run JupyterHub single user. Did you run it manually? Yes, I did. So we're going to have to set the JupyterHub API token, and I don't have one. I'm going to have to get one because that's going to be fat. Here, let's say echo JupyterHub API token. All right. So that, again, this is not a dangerous token. This is just so export JupyterHub API token equals that. Shit. I just want to see. Oh, there we go. Missing OAuth client ID. Shit, I'm gonna have to simulate OAuth authentication as well. Fuck that. God damn it. So it's gonna be really hard to test because there's so many pieces that have to work. Yeah. But we do know that this is how it's being executed. That's how KubeSpawner is calling it. And I mean, we made a lot of progress. It's just, we're just missing something small. I have no idea what. We have, they did a mob install and that worked. And we did this install and it didn't work. And something about this install is not working. I don't know if it's, I don't know what it is. Honestly, I don't know. So this is a simpler version, but we now know from having messed with it that you can, rip the shit out of the config and it's going to be fine anyway. So for example, we just completely destroyed the entry point and it didn't care. So, but all this other Conda and stuff, it's got to be here. You got to have notebook, JupyterHub, JupyterLab, Mama Clean, NPM Cache notebook. So, I mean, this is only 130 lines long. Conda update, Conda clean. So the official word from the JupyterHub and Kubernetes people is thou shalt extend base. And I've been trying to prove that you don't have to extend base. There's a bunch of other things you can do without doing this. And it's been proven to be too problematic to do that. So it's not like you can just go to the NCG PyTorch complicated. First of all, you don't even have a Docker file to extend at all. So, it's not a matter of just installing JupyterHub on there. That's not an option. One of the reasons I'm going through all of this is because I need to articulate why that's not an option. When people say, oh, just run this over there on the other image and it should work because it'll put JupyterHub on. I'm like, yeah, but where are you going to do that? You got to put it in the image. This whole point is making new images. That means you either have to have it as a post hook, runnable thing, but at that point it's too late. You have to have all that stuff on there before it even gets spawned because it needs it to talk to. Or you make your own image from scratch. So, can you share the script that gets called? That's coming out from yeah. Okay, so that's going to conclude this video for today. I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. This hasn't been a waste of time. It's just been really frustrating because it means that JupyterHub is not a simple thing to extend in Kubernetes. So if you're going to do it, you should start with one of the base images and go from there. If you don't like that, then you're going to be facing uphill battles all along the way. And so the best thing to do is to stick with one of the standard supported base images and build on top of that. And that means, unfortunately, building your own PyTorch image because there is no official PyTorch image in Docker stacks. So, and I don't know why that is. It just, it just is. So this is what I'm talking about. So here are the officially supported stacks that you can use. Okay. So you have data science notebook, minimal notebook, blah, blah, blah. And ways, TensorFlow, all this stuff. but there's no PyTorch. There's PySpark, but there's no PyTorch. And there's not going to be a PyTorch anytime soon because it's, I don't know. I think it's because the proprietary and licensing is a little bit off. Yeah. So the conclusion is you need to start with one of these and go from there. And if you're not going to do that, it's going to be a problem. And you're looking at doing a custom build for that. So at this point, I think that the PyTorch people are going to creating your own images is a hard deal. And the official policy is to just take the base image, and I'm going to go with that. It's been fun. It's been frustrating, but it's been fun. I'm going to go relax now. I'll see y'all later.